Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast of the Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, all.
And I'm your host last time on Wannabe, the Brainstorm Pop Culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am okay, I think.
Yeah.
I ended up missing both of my doctor's appointments this week, but oh well.
Yeah, it was because of snow, right?
Yeah, one appointment I missed because I got snowed in, and the second appointment I missed because I wrote down the date wrong. It apparently was on the 20th at 11:30 and not the 22nd, which is what I thought it was. But I sent an email to one of the doctor's secretaries, so hopefully we'll get that squared away shortly. Although I don't want to have to deal with it before the end of February, so I'm hoping she takes her sweet fucking time. Because the surgery itself doesn't have to be until like the end of March, beginning of April, so I don't know why we're doing shit in January already.
Get kind of a stacked lineup tonight.
Because every time we miss a week, all the things happen.
Yeah. So the first thing is something Dalton wanted to cover. Granted, because my computer is old as hell and kind of outdated, certain internet browsers, certain websites I can't get to because of a privacy issue with those websites. So yeah,
the internet hates Brainstormer's computer, but I, through the cunning use of Google Docs and the copy and paste tool, can resolve this.
But if you guys actually want to check out the
original text of the original article, it is there. I have edited nothing out except for the links to other shit and the ads.
Yeah.
The actual text of the actual article is untouched.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is, if you guys want to read the actual articles, the links are down below. So yeah, this is MCU. The MCU faces a major problem by increasing the use of powerful magic. This is by Holly Vander. It's published January 11th, 2022.
My initial response to that is no. And not only no, but it annoys me how hypocritical you're being here, because you wouldn't say that about advanced science, despite the fact that Tony Stark's nanotech suit is basically a MacGuffin unto itself, that it can apparently absorb the output of the entire Power Stone, and all the other super science and whatnot, and not even the super science, but just the shit that normal, everyday, non-powered characters like Black Widow and Hawkeye can do. Stretches credulity sometimes. Cough, cough, Black Widow movie. But you don't say that about any of their world-breaking gimmicks. You just have a bug up your ass about the magic users. And thus, why I am here to complain and defend not only the magical side of the Marvel Universe, but also magic in general. Because when people come for magic in general, I am the one who says, "You shall not pass."
Right. And just so like I remember to do this it is from CBR.com.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, subheader is it's exciting to see characters like Doctor Strange wield powerful spells in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but it also brings up some concerns. I mean,
Which,
general premise alone, maybe I could get it. It's just again where they're coming from is the problem.
like again, my issue with this is you don't say that about Tony Stark's world-breaking nanotechnology, or the fucking fact that Arnim Zola can um survive and become immortal via analog AI, which how I still am not entirely certain how the fuck any of that's supposed to work. Not to mention, speaking of Hydra, the like destiny predicting AI algorithm bullshit that Armenzola's AI was using in that movie also doesn't really make a lick of sense. Not to mention all the like bullshit Arthur C. Clarke nonsense they pulled with Thor in the early Thor movies, and yet like you say this about the magic users, but I'm gonna it bothers me. Like if you're so worried about world breaking, changes in mechanics, then why didn't you complain when Ant-Man discovered the quantum realm? Considering that quantum physics is such a bizarre thing that the only thing any physicist can say for sure about quantum physics is if you claim to understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics. And by the way, I've literally had to argue with a physics professor before on the behalf of a friend of mine because they claimed that the concept of quantum entanglement was basically magic, and I, being, the for lack of a better word, magic expert, had to say, no, that doesn't even fall under the jurisdiction of magic. That is entirely your guys' own issue. Fuck off. So yeah, if Ant Man's quantum realm doesn't get bullshit, and Star Lord being a fucking half celestial doesn't get bullshit, and the Celestials in fucking Eternals don't get bullshit, but magic gets bullshit because I I seriously don't fucking know why. I mean, in general, in stories, I get you because nobody ever fucking bothers to define what magic means ever in any context, and it annoys the shit out of me. But in the MCU, as much as it's going to pain me to give credit to the first Doctor Strange movie, they made it very clear what they're referring to is the manipulation of extra dimensional energy to essentially program or hack the source code of reality. That's that's the TLDR version that the Ancient One gives to Strange, and she even tells him that if the word spell bothers him, he can refer to it as a programming language, which it is. And we see in No Way Home that the mirror dimension operates based on the mathematical laws of geometry. So they've stayed fairly consistent with that without ever delving too far into the realms of quantum moves. So all things considered, as much as I'm annoyed with what they've done with Doctor Strange and the magical side of the Marvel Universe in general lately, they've done a pretty good job of making sure that magic and science are equally valid but separate things with consistent definitions. So if this were a I can if this were a Harry Potter movie series, then maybe you'd have a point because J.K. Rowling never so much as begins to define what magic is or how it works in her universe. But as far as the MCU is concerned, I'd give them about a B minus in terms of how they portrayed magic, and that's pretty good, all things considered. But moving on.
Now, hmm, so I was eating.
Mm-hmm.
Um, as Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe begins to explore the multiverse, magic, and cosmic power, it may not only bring about fascinating new aspects of superheroes, but could also begin to lose track of the countless continuities that come with them.
Okay, this is more a problem with the multiverse itself as they're setting it up. And honestly, my solution to this is more magic, not less, because if they did what made sense, and I've been saying this for years, so this isn't something I'm pulling out of my ass. I've been saying this for years. It makes more sense for Doctor Strange's air quotes multiverse to be different from the Spider-Verse or the alternate alternate timelines and parallel universes that someone like Reed Richards or probably in the MCU Paul Rudd's Ant-Man is going to discover, because the multiverse, quote unquote, that Doctor Strange deals with is the multiverse of alternate dimensions within the same universe, not different universes. Which is to say, he should be dealing with different planes or demi-planes of reality, not, oh, in this universe, uh, Tony Stark became Tony Stark became Captain America or some shit. That's not the kind of multiverse that Stephen Strange should be dealing with. That's the kind of multiverse that Ant-Man, Tony Stark, if they ever decide to bring him back for any reason, or Spider-Verse, or Reed Richards should be dealing with. Doctor Strange should be more likely to fall down a hole and wind up in Flatland or Wonderland than he should run into an alternate version of himself. But the way the MCU is dealing with the multiverse is very stupid, because they should focus primarily on the eldritch, psychedelic, supernatural, or gothic parts of their universe, especially because they have to set up characters like Moon Knight, Blade, and presumably the rest of the Midnight Suns, including Encanto the Living Mummy and Werewolf by Night at some point. But instead of that, we're getting alternate versions of Strange and America Chavez and the X-Men for some godforsaken cockamamie fucking reason, according to the spoilers. So this is a problem with the multiverse. It's not a problem with magic, and in fact, a greater degree of focus of magic when it comes to the magical characters would fix it. Because Doctor Strange's if Doctor Strange's powers were limited to fighting things like Eternity or Shimmagorath or Cthon or the Dweller in Darkness, if you limited Doctor Strange's rogues gallery to the eldritch creatures, cosmic gods, and demons that he normally does fight, magic would be far more restrained into its own little corner than it is now, because you've decided to turn Doctor Strange into Reed Richards for some reason. And I say that because Reed Richards is always, in basically every universe we know of in the comics, the one to discover the multiverse. Which means you should have waited the 5 seconds until Ant-Man 3 and had him, by virtue of Kang, run into Reed Richards. But again, Marvel, I don't know how much I can be arsed to write your own story better for you, because you don't ever listen to me anyway. Moving on.
I just wanted to point out the fact that timeline-wise, it actually, you said Tony Stark was Iron Man. Like, what if Tony Stark was Iron Man? It actually would have, just to be that nerd, the actually thing.
Yes.
It would have been Howard Stark. Again, if we're...
Yes, I know, but I was pulling something deliberately out of my ass to show just how absurd the alternate characters can be.
Although, I would be interested to see that. I honestly feel like it would be kind of like... It would be kind of like Tony Stark's arc in the first Iron Man if Howard was made Captain America.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see any member of the Stark family become Captain America, because based on how in the comics Reinstein and in the movies Erskine's formula works, good becomes great and bad becomes worse. So yeah, I foresee a situation where most of the Stark family would wind up being just another Red Skull if they ever were anywhere near the goddamn super soldier serum. There's a reason why the, purer than a driven snow cream puff that is Steve Rogers is the best candidate for Captain America, because anyone else becomes a sadistic tyrant with that kind of juice. Present company excluded, obviously, as you well know, but that's neither here nor there. Moving on.
With magical beings like Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch showing off unfathomable powers and abilities, it's not unreasonable to wonder how this level of magic will affect the MCU going forward. I mean,
Okay. Pedantry 101 time, and this is more pedantic than even I usually go, but just to be clear, Doctor Strange is not a quote magical being. He is a person who practices magic. Wanda, you can classify as a magical being because her magical power is inherent to her. But Stephen Strange has not a lick of extra energy in him whatsoever. What makes him a good sorcerer is his genius level intellect, his capacity to pick up new skills quickly, and his eidetic memory, and an apparent natural knack for the particular skills he needs to master the mystic arts. That does not mean he has any power. Unlike, apparently, Ned fucking Leeds as of No Way Home, because apparently Doctor Strange can spend several weeks figuring out how the sling ring works in his first movie. Ned can fiddle with it for all of an afternoon, and he's got it. Because fuck me, that's why. But yeah, just to be clear, Wanda is a magical being. Strange is most definitely not, because he has not a lick of excess magical energy in him. He has skill. Yeah. Moving on.
sorry. After 2020 became the first year since 2009 where no Marvel projects were released, fans received more content than they could hope for in 2021, with 4 new movies and 5 TV shows to boot. This new era for the MCU has distinguished itself by delving into the magical aspects of heroism, considering how WandaVision, Loki, and Spider-Man No Way Home all centered around some form of magic. Loki is debatable.
Yeah, because Loki still, unfortunately, is a bit of a holdover from we're trying to make the Arthur C. Clarke thing work against all reason and our own best of intentions.
Arthur C. Clarke? Oh, right, 2001.
Yeah, Clark's, and I'm going to put this in Grand Canyon size air quotes, law was that any sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic, which basically is a mechanism for him to aggrandize science at the expense of literally every other form of human endeavor, and implies that no sorcerer in human history has ever understood what the fuck they were doing, which I actively resent, because fuck you. Science is no better than any other discipline. Yes, it might have more utility than other human disciplines, but it is no better than any other human discipline. And speaking for the entire line of human magic users throughout history, the insinuation that none of us knew what the fuck we're doing can get fucked in the ass. Thanks. Moving on.
Right. Also, WandaVision wasn't what kind of got ruined because of its ending, right?
Well, I mean, it got ruined by its ending by virtue of the fact that they set up something in episode 3 that got paid off in the form of a joke, despite the fact that it drove the entirety of the internet wild. And they set up Easter eggs for characters like Mephisto and Chthon, and then they basically shit on them. And even the writers have confirmed that Doctor Strange was supposed to be in the damn thing, but they changed it at the last minute for moral ideological reasons rather than in-universe character reasons. And if anyone who works for Marvel wants to fight me on that, I will once again point this line of thinking out. You say that you wanted WandaVision to be about grief. Fine. You say that you wanted it to be Wanda focused. Fine. But here's the thing about trauma. Have you never heard of this thing we call an intervention? And who would be most qualified to deal with a highly powerful magic user having an emotional breakdown because of trauma? Oh, I would say an ex neurosurgeon with like 3 degrees in psychology that also happens to be one of the most powerful masters of the mystic arts on the planet. That would very much be the one person in all of that particular existence that I would want dealing with Wanda going through her grief. Because the thing you're implying subtly by not having Strange show up is actually that people have to deal with their grief by themselves, which is not healthy. And it also implies that if anyone who happens to be male ever reaches out to help anyone who happens to be female with their trauma, that woman should resent that man, at least implicitly. And that's totally not going to ever cause any female sufferers of things like hysteria, depression, or borderline personality disorder from being massively distrusting of their male therapists and then not getting the help they need because of bullshit or anything. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I would agree that WandaVision was ruined by its ending, but I would also agree that its best episode was actually episode 8, which was the episode before the finale. So right up until the end line there, it was very, very good. And then it shit the bed because they didn't know / didn't want to do the things that would make sense for the show to end well and please its fan base. Which, side note, if Ghost Rider in some form or fashion isn't in Multiverse of Madness, you fucked up because people have been begging for a Ghost Rider and Mephisto connection since at least WandaVision, and you've had the extra like 6 months or whatever to reshoot the damn thing. Put Ghost Rider in there, damn you. Moving on.
Now, as Wanda Maximoff explores her true potential, Doctor Strange reveals new spells and Loki exercises his magical abilities across time. The MCU has never contained this much power, but it may not be for the better. I will argue that the Loki series was just more of a hard sci-fi series than anything.
Well, I mean, he did technically use more magic than we've seen him use, like proper magic than we've seen him use before.
I'm talking overall genre of the series, though.
Yeah, like it, but in general, yeah, it's a retro like 80s, 70s cop drama set in like a sci-fi, basically like a version of the Adjustment Bureau or like the Time Cops or something like that.
Yes, also, like, this is just my personal opinion on most of the Disney TV shows or the Disney Plus Marvel shows. They honestly feel like they're stuffing like at least 2 seasons into one.
Yeah, see, this is the biggest problem with Marvel. I began to notice this in their movies too. They always publish the first draft, and it bothers me because you've seen me on this pod. You and the audience, if there is said to be one, have seen me on this podcast multiple times in 5 minutes usually or less. Come up with a more streamlined, more sensible way to assemble these various components that ends with the same end result, but makes an overall better, more cohesive, and more satisfying for the audience story. And if a schmuck on the internet with relative 5 minutes to spare can do it, then there's no reason that people who are actively paid to do it and happen to be alleged creatives can't do it. So either hire me on as a consultant and me and Kevin Feige can do lunch every once in a while and I can smack him upside the head when he does stuff that makes no fucking sense, or take my advice and use them anyway and don't credit me. I don't care. I mean, a free ticket to the movie every once in a while might be nice, but as long as the MCU starts actually utilizing its full potential, I don't fucking care. I just want 2 plus 2 to equal 4 and not whatever we feel like whenever we get there. Because that's what the MCU does. It sets up 2 and 2, and then rather than getting 4 at the end, it gets. Fuck it. I'll go with the old school Fairly Odd Parents read. It gets fish at the end, and I'm still confused as to how that works.
Do you want me to reread the last sentence?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now as Wanda Maximoff explores her true potential, Doctor Strange reveals new spells, and Loki exercises his magical abilities across time. The MCU has never contained this much power, but it may not be for the better.
To that I would say bullshit. The power of your character is utterly meaningless. You just have to know how to use it. Like you can't okay, this is the same problem the comics have been having lately. I hear this a lot from comic book writers who have to write characters like a Doctor Fate or a Doctor Strange. They're just too powerful. I don't know what to do with them. Well, write characters where their power is proportional to the situation and or raw power isn't the point. I.e., give them something else to do.
Yeah, similar thing with Superman, obviously.
Yeah.
And the weird thing is that it's like the real excuse is like with characters like Doctor Fate and Doctor Strange, I could kind of understand simply because there aren't a lot of good examples to draw on.
This is true, but that's largely because nobody wants to fucking devote the time to the character. Well, excuse me. Nobody, barring Gardner Fox, the original creator, wanted to devote the appropriate amount of time to Doctor Fate.
Right.
I will say no ill will against the original More Fun Comics run because that shit is still golden. But
Doctor Strange has actually has a lot more examples.
yeah, Strange Tales Volume 2, the team book he shared with Cloak and Dagger, where he had to delve into dark magic against his own principles to stop a series of psychotic elementals.
Yeah. Point being, obviously. And again, the same thing with Superman is like he has a lot of examples, like from specifically like my go to is like Grant Morrison, who really understood that character and really created some of the greatest for that character. But there are others.
Go ahead.
But again, my point is, is like the writers of today, at the very least, most of them, or a good collective of them, do not put in the work nor effort to either one understand these characters and their stories, or don't want to.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. The character is more than just what their powers are. This is the crux of the fundamental issue, because I think what happens is with most characters, by virtue of the limitations of their powers, the writers can come up with something to do with them because their powers are limited, so they can stick them in difficult situations, quote unquote. But with characters on a level like, most higher level mystical characters or a Superman type character, because their powers have fewer inherent limitations to them, they see them as a means to do anything. But that's wrong, because there is still a person behind that power. There's still a personality. There is still a thing this character is likely to do in this situation, or a thing this character is not likely to do in this situation. And if you focused more on the person behind the power or the person using the power than you did on the power, you'd be able to come up with stories that would make sense for the character. But that would require either doing research on the character or at least having an onboard understanding of the character, which for some reason modern day artists are pathologically incapable of goddamn doing. To the point that they don't even make the characters talk like the characters. Because I can count on one hand the last couple of times I've in anything more than a paragraph. And if you've read classic Doctor Who, he is a purple prosed motherfucker. And he should be a purple prosed motherfucker in the MCU as well, but for some reason everybody has to be a snarkmonger.
Dom, you cut out there for a second. You just like you were getting in the description, and then like you got to the end of the description. Okay, basically, prim, proper, then complain about how everyone is a snark.
Yeah.
Before that, though.
Yeah. Doctor Strange, for example, doesn't even talk like he should anymore, because if you've ever read classic Doctor Strange, you know that the man speaks in nothing but purple prose. And he should speak in purple prose in the MCU as well, but for some reason everybody has to be a quippy snarkmonger, even the straight man characters who are supposed to be the adults in the room. And no, I don't mean straight man as in sexuality. I mean straight man as in a comedic or storytelling sense. The thing that separates a Doctor Strange, for example, from a Peter Parker Spider-Man is Peter is the wisecracking kid. He's the fast talker. He's the live wire. He's the meme. Stephen Strange is the world weary monk who the weight of the world is constantly weighing down on, and therefore somebody has to be the adult in the room. Doctor Strange is one of those characters that has to be the adult in the room, like Black Panther or like Martian Manhunter is for DC. When the other characters get too mimetic or too snarky, they're supposed to be the characters that go, hang on, somebody has to be the adult in the room. We actually have to take shit seriously now. And Doctor Strange is supposed to be that kind of character. But because everyone has to be written like the fucking Tony Stark half the time, he's a snarkmonger most of the time. Granted, he wasn't like that in Infinity War. Kudos to the Russos for remembering to at least throw in the odd purple prose there. I almost got angry with Tony in Infinity War when he said when he was taking the piss out of Strange for saying hitherto undreamt of, because it was like, no, that's how he's supposed to talk. You shut your mouth, Tony. But he didn't. He regressed in No Way Home because they forgot how powerful he was and also how he talks. So who knows how he's going to be written in his own sequel movie, but I hope to God somebody remembers his purple prose. Just like with Superman, I hope to God somebody remembers someday that he's a Boy Scout, because he should be.
Yeah, no, agreed.
Yeah, because there's a person behind the power, if I guess is the best way of summarizing this point. Moving on.
Yeah. In fact, one could argue Marvel Studios has put itself in an impossible position as it tries to regain the momentum it had pre-Avengers Endgame. While Endgame was an incredible product of over 10 years worth of world building and storytelling,
You and I have very, very different definitions of incredible. Incredible would have actually been tying up all the loose ends and building for the future ahead of time. Like, say, having Thanos fall in love with Hela as the goddess of death, so that to challenge them as the death line would make sense. That would have probably been something I would have called incredible. Or Thanos having the actual fight with the Celestials and the Cosmic Entities, therefore setting up the Celestials and the Cosmic Entities for later, and also paying off what was set up in Guardians 1 and 2, that would have been incredible. What we got in Endgame was, everyone's going to go see this anyway, so let's just throw everything we can at the script, whether it makes sense or not, and tie it all together with a lazy time travel plot.
Right.
That's what Endgame was.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take a. This is gonna be a. Since we already talked about Endgame. This is gonna come off as. Well, they could have used my rewrite idea, which is actually a whole series on my other channel, Brainstorm Pop Culture. And it feels like I'm aware that I'm not really one to wax poetic. when it comes to projects I've done. But and I don't want to, like, I'm aware, like, they did put a lot of effort in for those movies.
They just didn't apply it in the right places.
Unfortunately, not. But I feel like my concept for Endgame, it at the very least is more interesting and really pays off a lot of what was set up in Infinity War.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Endgame doesn't even sufficiently pay off what was set up in its previous movie. Like, it doesn't even pay off all the shit that was set up in Infinity War, considering that, like, a good 30% of that movie is Doctor Strange and Tony Stark duking it out of philosophy, and yet Doctor Strange in Endgame has all of 10 lines, I think, and spends the last bit of the big climactic fight holding back a waterfall instead of, oh, I don't know, getting his own back from Ebony Maw, who tortured him and is now alive again because time travel shenanigans. That would have been okay. This is becoming quite the side rant about Endgame now, but minor thing about Endgame. I understand why you didn't want Doctor Strange actually being there in the fight, because if Doctor Strange was in the fight, then the power scaling becomes ludicrously lopsided. But two things you could have done to occupy Doctor Strange's time during the fight that would have been more satisfying than, I'm just going to stand here and say nothing and hold back this waterfall for 20 minutes. Rather than that, have him come face to face with Ebony Maw, the person he did not manage to defeat on his own in Infinity War, and beat him because he's now alive again because time travel shenanigans. And when Wanda is laying into Thanos with the "you killed everything I loved" rage, have Strange be the one to calm her down, because that would set up the connection between her and Strange, and it makes sense for his character because that's kind of what Doctor Strange does and has done on several occasions in other media, like, for example, in the Spider-Man animated series episode Doctor Strange. Strange helps Mary Jane, basically gives her mystical therapy to accept the fact that her her father was gone because he was a shitty dad who walked out on his family. And likewise, usually in the comics, when Wanda goes on one of her reality-altering hissy fits, it's Strange who ends up having to be the one to calm her down and be like, again, be the adult in the room and say, that's enough, Wanda. You can let it go now. That would have been two very good ways of keeping Strange out of the fight directly, but also still giving him stuff to do that would have paid off the 30% of the movie in Infinity War that was devoted to him.
Right. Again, this is going to come off as, again, kind of egocentric, I guess, in a way. That's not my intention. I'm just more so, since I brought up that I did a rewrite of Avengers Endgame, I should at least talk about what I did differently than the actual Endgame. And again, to be fair, I completely looked at it just as logically what could happen if they had taken the extra time to really think about the story, and specifically for the characters and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not all too different. It actually is kind of different, I'm not gonna lie. But it's more so, again, just logically thinking, like, what was set up in Infinity War, and how I could have taken that, how like it would progress into the next movie. Like, major changes I did was, one, kind of get rid of the time travel thing, because in all honesty, it never really made sense, nor did they properly explain their motive.
No, and they didn't try to make it make sense. They just took they took time travel rules from whatever set of rules they needed to for the plot to work. So one minute the changing the past results in an alternate universe. The next minute it actually does change shit. The next minute it's predestined, so things that happened a certain way because of the time travel. And half the and in one instance, like characters live that shouldn't have lived, characters die who shouldn't have died, and on and on and on it goes.
Yeah, it's just a really big stretch, you know.
It's a time travel clusterfuck, and time travel isn't even that new of a concept. It's not like that. That's the thing that really bothers me about Endgame. They had so many things they could have pulled out of their hat in this big, end of era fireworks display they had going that could have finished off the previous era, tied up all the loose ends, and set up for new shit. But instead, they just go with a lazy time travel equivalent of a clip show.
Right. And again, like the things I had kept from the movie. Granted, I did add a single change that would have been in Infinity War at the end, which was Thanos snaps his finger, and like when Thor says no and all that, it cuts to black, like end credits and everything. Not even, not even I don't know. I don't know if I would keep the Nick Fury Maria Hill post credit scene. I'm not entirely sure on that because part of me feels like story wise it'd be more impactful and interesting if we didn't have any in credit scenes or post credit scenes.
I'm see. I wouldn't change Infinity War at
No,
all.
no, no, no,
I
no, no. No, it's again, it's for the story. It's for the story I was telling, which is it takes a different route. Like it's a slight, small change
mhm.
at the end where Thanos snaps his finger and it's the end of end of Infinity War. No, you don't know who got erased or not until in.
See that strikes me as the narrative equivalent of cock blocking, but
I will have to
because
just agree to disagree.
a large part of the emotional impact of that movie, especially, is seeing some of our favorite characters get dusted, usually while delivering a last bit of speechifying while they're doing it. Like the Mr. Stark, I don't want to go. The
Don't.
there was no other way. We're in the end game now. Um,
Well, for one thing, the ending is literally the beginning of the next movie. That's how I had planned, and it would have been.
yeah, but yeah, I think there'd be riots if people had to wait that long to figure out what happened.
I honestly wouldn't care, just for the sake of telling the complete story.
Hmm.
But I also, the ones who got dusted were the original Avengers, most of them at least. I would have kept Hulk and Hawkeye.
Mm.
Um,
See, I always thought that they would split them up. I always thought that the erased Avengers, quote unquote, would wind up in the Soul World, which we saw and they never did a damn thing with. And
True.
then the mainline Avengers would be in the mainline timeline doing what they do. That's how I would have. Also, Strange could have cheated by using his astral form in my version of things because there was a sequence originally, and I so am mad at Kevin Feige for not going with this because it makes so much sense and would have been so awesome and fucking would have again tied up loose ends that were established in I want to say Doctor Strange's first movie. Strange survives in the form of his astral form and fucks off and goes to see the Living Tribunal, and the Living Tribunal shows up to judge Thanos after he has won, like he did in the comic. But no, that has to be cut out because fuck me. And we don't even get to see the Living Tribunal in Doctor Strange 2 because we're too busy doing alternate timelines and parallel universes. Derp. Anyway, moving forward before we get sidetracked too much here.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. While Endgame was an incredible product of over 10 years worth of world building and storytelling, that level of buzz at anticipation cannot simply be manufactured without intertwining storylines and taking the time to rebuild the momentum naturally.
See, I disagree a little bit with that because the momentum was already there. You just had to not fuck it up.
But they did.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem with the early movies of Phase 4. They act as though the previous 10 years of world building didn't happen. And that's so stupid I could cry because it's like it took Iron Man was 2008, Guardians was 2014. So it took nine years? No. 8 and 8. It took 6 years for them to get a Guardians of the Galaxy the first time around, and that made sense because they had to build 6 years of trust to get people to buy something like Guardians of the Galaxy. But by the time Infinity or Endgame rolls around, we have already bought the Guardians of the Galaxy twice in their own movies and at least once in a crossover. So, like, you don't need to act as though you have to start back over with the street level bullshit again. Build on what you build on, or don't. Like you can't have it both ways. You can either sell the audience on the slow burn world building, but the world actually has to stay built once you build it, or you can restart the timeline every time. But at that point, you might as well have just pulled the Rick and Morty and had Thanos win at the end of Endgame 2 and had Scott Lang or Doctor Strange jump to another parallel universe where he lost and restart everything all over again. That would have honestly been a more satisfying ending than what we actually got at the end of Endgame. Because otherwise, we're now supposed to act in Phase 4 like none of the other world building you did for 10 years stuck. And now we have to wait for the Eternals to be zany like Guardians, or we have to wait for Shang-Chi to be as mystical as he should be, or we have to wait for Black Widow to have an established character that we can actually build shit on. Even though the entire reason Black Widow exists is because people have been begging for a Black Widow movie, particularly about the whole Budapest affair, since at least the Avengers. But again, it's like, oh, we're starting a new storyline, which means we have to start over completely from scratch. No, the previous storyline happened and we all know it happened. The entire premise of your universe suggests that things are interconnected. Make them interconnected, please. God damn it. Because that was the byline on everyone's lips. Given how far they went in Infinity War and Endgame, how much further can they go? And instead of answering that question, you dicked around like it was Phase 1 for like 3 movies. Again. Go on.
I feel like you were going to go on a rant.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. In this way, the MCU's biggest strength could prove its biggest hindrance as it tries to achieve the same excitement levels present at the end of Phase 3. As a result, it's possible the MCU will try and make up this deficient by increasing the threshold of power the heroes have. Though there have been compelling new characters introduced, Phase 4 has already focused on powering up characters who were present in the Infinity Saga.
Okay, well, here's the thing. In order for a world, a three-dimensional world, to keep building, you eventually have to get into the extreme parts of it, which requires people that can actually survive the extreme parts of your universe. And given that despite what Endgame said, the MCU had been setting up Celestials at least since the first Guardians and the second one, where a Celestial was a main goddamn character, i.e. the main villain, people are okay with characters having I mean, for fuck's sake, a Norse god is literally a main character in this universe. And one of its most noteworthy villains is also a Norse god. / Jotun / Ice Giant. You know what I'm saying. So power scaling really isn't an issue here. We've had sorcerers, we've had celestial beings, we've had world-destroying gods, at least in the form of Dormammu. We have been there and done that. And in order for the world building to keep building on itself, you have to explore parts of the universe that are unexplored. And given that most of the first storyline, most of the Infinity Saga, dealt with characters who were more or less street level, and even reduced characters that weren't street level to street level to make them more palatable for the audience, we can get into weirder shit now. I just hope we actually do at some point. Power is not a good thing or a bad thing. Power, as with most things, depends on how you use it, both in a moral context and also a storytelling context. You can make a character who's basically omnipotent if you know how to write them and in what story to put them. For example, my favorite comic ever written is Neil Gaiman's Run of the Sandman. And Neil Gaiman's Run of the Sandman, main character is Dream of the Endless, a being who literally, and it is emphasized many times throughout the story, is more powerful and more primordial than gods and the Lords of Chaos and Order, which in the DC universe is a very big fucking deal. So you can make an interesting story about a nigh omnipotent character. What you need to do is put them in the appropriate context and make a story where their power isn't a hand wave solution, or if it is, give the character a character reason either not to use that power to its fullest extent, or where the using the power to its fullest extent still won't solve the problem. This is how you write a nigh omnipotent character, and it easily can be done. I mean, for fuck's sake, Greek mythology, actually most forms of mythology, focus more on gods than they do on mortals, and we still care about, Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, or Hesiod's Theogony, or basically any version of classical mythology you care to name. We still care about these beings, despite the fact that they are literally gods, and yet you can't so much as tell a story about a sorcerer without thinking, are we giving him too much power in a universe that has beings that can literally move planets when they feel like it? Derp.
Moving on.
Moving forward.
Characters audiences are familiar with, such as Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and Loki, have no doubt received upgrades, with Wanda discovering an ability to distort reality, Strange digging into the multiverse, and Loki and other versions of himself uncover power they never believed possible within the Time Variance Authority.
Okay, finish the sentence and then I'll go.
That was a new sentence.
Okay. So, Stephen Strange, throughout the movies we've seen him in so far, has steadily gotten more powerful incrementally because, and I don't care how many throwaway lines in No Way Home you come at me with this, Stephen Strange is not the Sorcerer Supreme yet because he does not have the Book of Vishanti, which we know exists because the Darkhold exists in the MCU. So, Stephen Strange, his excuse for getting more powerful is that he doesn't have any powers, he has skills, and his skills are steadily improving. Wanda's excuse is different, because she actually has only been using like a fraction of her powers because she didn't even know how they worked for most of the previous 3 phases. And Loki, again, was crippled by the fact that for like the first half of the Infinity Saga, they didn't let the Asgardians or the Aesir be gods at all. They made them aliens with Arthur C. Clarke tech and basically play on the ancient astronaut theory, which was mostly fixed by Thor Ragnarok by confirming that they are actually deities. But for the most part, for most of Loki's history, he's just been a very powerful alien with some unknowable quote unquote technology. Whereas now, because we have an actual sorcerer who has actual magic in the MCU, and in fact several of them now, because we have actual magic users now, we're allowed to make Loki an actual magic user, and therefore he doesn't have to rely on the Arthur C. Clarke bullshit anymore. That's why Loki got more powerful. It's because we finally realized, hey, you know these characters who were gods? Maybe we should actually make them gods instead of Arthur C. Clarke meets Eric Von Daniken aliens. Granted, that should have been the thing they discussed when they were first making the first Thor, but I digress. Moving forward.
Yep. Okay. This not only brought the characters into new emotional depths, but also introduced caveats into the MCU going forward. As more stories, powers, and realities are introduced, the more difficult it will be for Marvel to keep the information contained in a cohesive fashion for audiences. Okay, I could kind of get that, at least.
But again, the question here is, do they...
The writers themselves.
Yeah, it depends on, do they have the skill and the intellectual straightforwardness to actually keep track of their shit? Although the bullshit that was Endgame suggests to me they probably don't, but giving them some degree of benefit of the doubt because they did manage to make a franchise that lasted more than 10 years with multiple franchises within that franchise. I will give them some credit and suggest they probably do have some way of handling it all. And secondly, just like in No Way Home, it's not like Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man can now just show up willy-nilly. It was a one-off spell, and I imagine when Multiverse of Madness shakes out, it's probably going to be one of those it was a one-off spell kind of things. Mostly because Wanda's been fiddling with the Darkhold, and that thing is mystical crack. So I'm betting it's going to be, I tried to destroy the universe or the multiverse to get my kids back. Thanks for helping me with that, Steven. And then, America Chavez is going to continue to exist because reasons. And Strange, according to the spoilers, is going to wind up with the Darkhold, which I hope to God means he's going to realize the error of his ways in Doctor Strange 3 and get the Book of Vishanti already so we can actually see him at his full power. Because like 90% of his actual spells come from the Vishanti and we haven't seen them yet. But that's neither here nor there. Moving forward.
Okay. Likewise, as the standard of power in the MCU continues to climb, it will be a challenge for physically dominant heroes like Spider-Man, Black Panther, and Shang-Chi to contribute to fights that center around magic and cosmic abilities. Shang-Chi, not so much, because...
Yeah, his powers are largely either advanced celestial technology based or magic based or both.
And probably Black Panther technically has cosmic power with...
Yeah, all they need to do is set up the connection between Atlantis and Wakanda in Black Panther 2, which they're already planning on doing, and reminding everyone that Black Panther draws most of his powers from Bast, which is a goddess.
Yeah.
And given that Thor: Love and Thunder is literally going to be the God Butcher storyline, and it's going to set up several pantheons, that would be an excellent point to do it, Marvel. Although then again, Doctor Strange 2 would be an excellent place to set up Blade and Moon Knight and the rest of the Midnight Suns and possibly the Howling Commandos, but you're not doing that either. You're sticking the goddamn X-Men in there for God knows what reason. According to the spoilers. I hope they're wrong, but at this point it seems very, very likely to me that at least some of the spoilers were probably right, which means I'm going to hate Doctor Strange 2, but that's neither here nor there. But point being, if you do the world building correctly, the magic users handle the magical problems, the street level heroes still handle the street level problems, and nobody is the wiser, like it always has been in the comics. And this is exactly why characters like Doctor Strange don't get the spotlight, despite being the puppet master in the shadows. Because when Strange is doing his job right, you shouldn't notice that he's there, because his job is essentially to be the beat cop who enforces the laws of physics. That's what the Sorcerer Supreme is there for. As I've said many times before, Doctor Strange's job is to make sure the sun rises and sets, in the morning, and make sure your nightmares don't literally eat you alive, which they can do in the Marvel Universe because there's a very powerful demon lord who controls dreams in the Marvel Universe, and so on and so on and so forth. Doctor Strange, when he's doing his job right, shouldn't be credited with anything at all because he's doing his job right. The only times you should notice Doctor Strange is there is when a Lovecraftian creature is about to eat the universe and shit's about to hit the fan. Then you call Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange is not qualified, nor is he even capable of dealing with street level problems, as we saw in pretty crucial display in Spider-Man No Way Home, because he tried to help Peter Parker with a relatively mundane problem, and it broke the universe and deleted him and deleted Peter's memory from everyone's existence. So, yeah, you should. Okay. It's the difference between somebody a surgeon wielding a scalpel, and a construction worker, working a fucking bulldozer. You don't call the guy with the bulldozer to handle the scalpel problem. You call the guy with the scalpel to handle the scalpel problem, and you call the guy with the bulldozer to handle the bulldozer problem. Strange is the bulldozer in this scenario. You don't call out the heavy machinery unless you have a heavy machinery related problem. And you don't expect the guy with the scalpel to be able to do anything when you have to move a goddamn mountain. That's the job of the mountain moving people, to do the mountain moving. They're different problems, therefore they require different solutions, and neither works for the other. This is the solution you're working for, and it's a solution they've worked out in the comics. Both Marvel and DC have worked out in the comics, at least to some degree. Granted, they're not always great at it, but at least to some degree, years ago. Moving on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Spider-Man gave Doctor Strange a run for his money in the lighthearted match in No Way Home. This incident can't be used as metric for how physically bearing heroes fare against the magic types.
Okay, but why are they fighting each other to begin with? The entire premise of your argument requires that they will at some point be fighting each other. And there's no reason to suggest that. And again, you don't call the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to deal with the nightmare-eating demon. You call the sorcerer to deal with the nightmare-eating demon, and you leave the bench pressing a car or small planet to the Spider-Man, because his top strength is like 10 tons or some shit. Like, you're not gonna ask Doctor Strange to win a arm wrestling match against Thor or Spider-Man. You're gonna ask him to intervene when the literal fabric of reality is spreading. And likewise, you're not gonna ask Spider-Man to deal with, oh, by the way, there's a hole in reality. You're gonna call the sorcerer to deal with that problem because it's a sorcery-based problem. It's in IRL magical circles, there's a saying that pertains to this, which is magical cures for magical ills, i.e., magical solutions for magical problems, which means you don't ask for magical solutions to non-magical problems because that makes you a moron and reckless. See also everything Peter Parker did in No Way Home as the primary example of this exact point. Moving on.
Right. Okay. For one thing, it was clear Strange was holding back against Peter, since Peter was not looking to hurt or endanger him. For another, their match involved a little fighting. It was more of a chase, so their abilities were not properly tested against each other.
Okay, that's fair.
Full disclosure, Doctor Strange would lay Peter out.
Well, I mean, he made Loki fall for 30 minutes in a pocket dimension, so I'm Yeah, and he did so from like an entire city away as soon as Loki set foot on Earth in Thor Ragnarok. So yeah, um, it's obvious that Strange was trying to be as gentle as he possibly could. But again, there's a reason for that, which is you if Strange cut loose with his full power every time he was ever in one of these kind of fights, not only would Peter's body be broken, but I'm fairly certain his entire existence might be null. Like, I mean, he fucked around and deleted like the entire memory of who Peter Parker was from the entire universe. I don't think it would be that much of a stretch of his powers to literally delete every single version of Spider-Man from every universe if he genuinely felt like it or was corrupted by, say, the Darkhold or something. But the thing is, when the entire universe is on your shoulders, you have to be more careful than that, which is why I really get annoyed by the implication in some of the leaks that the reason why the universe is falling apart is not because Wanda is fucking around and doing shit because she has the Darkhold and the Darkhold is basically evil incarnate in book form, but because Strange has been meddling with the fabric of reality for years and we're just now finding out about this, or the spell in No Way Home was like the last straw or something. That's really stupid and goes against his entire arc up until this point. But never mind. Moving forward.
Okay. Though the MCU is no stranger to magical abilities and mystic arts, Phase 4 picks it up a notch with alternate realities, forgetting spells, enchantment, and more. Forgetful spells, not forgetting spells, forgetful spells.
No, it's forgetting spells. Because the spells themselves aren't forgetful, they're a spell of forgetting. I.e., they're a spell to make other people forget shit rather than a spell that forgets that it exists or something. Although a sentient spell would be an interesting concept, and I think Terry Pratchett has tackled that a couple times. In particular, in the first Discworld book, The Color of Magic, there was a spell book that contained living spells in it, and they were awfully hilariously chatty. It was funny, but yeah. To be fair, the Runes of Kafkal, I believe, is the spell in No Way Home, wasn't just a forgetting spell, it was a reality warping spell, because it also deleted all the documentation of Peter ever existing when it was cast properly the second time. Um, which would it which it would have had to have done, because otherwise people would have forgotten who Peter was. Somebody would have, seen him in like the government system and wondered what the fuck happened, or the footage that got released by Mysterio would have still existed, and then we're right back where we started, except that his friends no longer remember who he is, but they know they had a life with him at some point, and then he has to go and explain, "Oh, I had my sorcerer friend erase all of your memories because I thought it would get me off the hook," and then somebody would probably hilariously say, because it is the MCU, you didn't think to have him also go over all the documents and shit to make sure like knowledge of you stayed forgotten? But yeah, and also Wong specifically says the way the spell works is by um, dancing on the edges of various different alternate realities. And given what happens when it goes wrong, we see that kind of in action, i.e., when Strange fucks up the spell, alternate realities start colliding. Granted, he was under pressure because Peter wouldn't shut the fuck up when he did it, but moving on.
Right. Okay. Audiences got glimpses into the terrifying capabilities of the Reality Stone in Avengers Infinity War, but they pale in comparison to the raw power Wanda demonstrated in WandaVision.
Which, to be fair, nerfed the Reality Stone to hell. Especially considering I think most of the things the Reality Stone did in Infinity War were illusions, basically. Because, like, as soon as Thanos teleported away, they always undid themselves. Like, he turned Drax into building blocks, but as soon as Thanos left, the spell was, or the use of the Reality Stone was broken, and Peter's gun could fire lasers again and shit. And he specifically used the Reality Stone to show Strange what Titan was like before the apocalypse, and as soon as he stopped concentrating on it, it faded back into normality. Which, to be fair, that is the number one plot hole in Infinity War, of like, you have all this power, why don't you just bring your home planet back? Like, the entire impetus for this genocide is now not I'm in love with the personification of death. It's I have concerns about overpopulation because my planet died. Well, you have the capacity to restore your planet, so you could just do that. Just saying. Moving on.
Okay. But apparently, taking an entire town captive and shaping their reality to Armand's desire. Loki has always used magic and illusions in his schemes. However, his fellow female variant, Sylvie, demonstrated a greater purpose for their mischief in the form of enchantment by taking a person's memories and temporarily changing their reality.
Okay, that's not even the first time we've seen somebody use that power. It's just the first time we've seen it called enchantment. Wanda's been doing that since Age of Ultron. You know, when she put the mental whammy on everybody. That's what that is. It's just they finally bothered to give it a proper name in Loki, and
Yep.
also we finally learned that somebody else could fucking do it, not just Wanda, which is good.
While this particular Loki is outside the main MCU timeline, the introduction of TVA's timeline jumping abilities may allow Loki and Sylvie to enter the main time stream at some point, and there's no telling how this power will impact the multiversal timeline.
Again, we've seen Wanda do it since Age of Ultron, and she still can do it because we see her do it on Agatha during their fight in WandaVision episode 8. So, or was it? No, that was episode 9 because that was after they started fighting. But point being, this is not a new power. It's just the first time we've heard it called a thing, and we've seen somebody other than Wanda do it. And even Agatha is able to do it kind of in the form of her mind control spell.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, this is not new or unusual, and you could argue that the way that Loki used the Mind Stone, he was kind of doing it just with the aid of the Mind Stone in Avengers. So, yeah, this is not a new power whatsoever, ever. No matter which way you slice it or look at it. Moving on.
Yeah. Okay. However, with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness in season 2 of Loki on the way, their possible connection will likely be addressed sooner rather than later. The biggest problem with introducing powerful spells and magic in the MCU may not be how it changes the future, but how it affects the past. Specifically, bringing highly potent, useful spells into the mix will inevitably cause eagle-eyed viewers to wonder how that magic could have been used in previous battles and why it wasn't.
Did you even watch No Way Home? From an in-universe perspective, No Way Home was basically a PSA of this is why you don't use this spell, kids. Like, and Wong said as much before Strange even cast it. He was like, "This is a very stupid idea. Just leave me out of it." So yeah, no. If there ever was any doubt in someone's mind as to why that is a bad idea, No Way Home soundly confirms for the audience why you don't just pull any old spell out of your ass every 5 minutes. Because the world, we like having a world in which we live and also don't want it to be destroyed. And even outside of the live action MCU, we see Strange try to rewrite time. We see Dark Strange or Strange Supreme rewrite time in his universe, and it literally destroys the universe. So we have some pretty solid confirmation as to why you don't do that shit. Namely, you like having a universe? Yes? Well, then you don't do the spell. Channeling a little bit of Uncle from Jackie Chan Adventures there. Moving on.
Mm-hmm. Uh, for example, Doctor Strange's forgetting spell in No Way Home generally could have come in handy prior. Strange clearly knew how to execute the spell, and it was only after Peter's meddling that the spell went away. This is a spell that could have resolved the Infinity Saga's central conflict in an instant. Strange had several direct encounters with. Oh no, sorry, that's okay. I don't know why that.
Okay, the problem here you have is he already looked at 14,605,000 timelines. Do you honestly think that none of them involved him just going and using the runes of Kafkal? I'm guessing that somewhere in the 14,605,000 versions of this playing out, of which they only won the one that we see in Endgame, he tried using the runes of Kafkal and it did Sweet Blood Fakal or resulted in a worse outcome. And generally, it's only used for the small stuff, as we see Strange confirm when he talks about a party on the moon they had in one semester at Kamartaj, which I really want that to be like in a expanded universe, like MCU comic form, because I want to know what sorcerers partying on the moon looks like and why Strange was just like, oh, this went so horribly wrong. I'm using the runes of Kafka. Lol. Anyway, moving on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Strange had several direct encounters with Thanos where he could have erased his memory of the Infinity Stones in his quest to find them. Even further, he could have cast a wider net where no one at all would remember the Infinity Stones' existence. Uh, Probably not, actually. Like, I think
Again, he kind of. Go ahead.
I
Sorry.
was gonna say, I think this writer is overestimating the ability of Strange to basically do a universal memory wipe.
It's also possible he didn't know this spell at the time, and it's again further possible that somewhere in the 14,605,000 timelines um he tried it and it either was worse or did sweet butt fuck all. And keep in mind that before Infinity War, he had the Time Stone. So in a universe where you can literally go back and rewrite time, making a reality bending forgetfulness spell that just makes it seem like you've rewritten time um, is somewhat unnecessary and redundant. And what's more, Thanos is able to use the Time Stone in the same way we see the Masters of the Mystic Arts use the Time Stone, which suggests that he has some level of magical ability unto himself. And Ebony Maw is one of the children of Thanos, and he uses magic, so we can therefore kind of assume that at least some of Ebony Maw's abilities were taught to him or refined for him by Thanos. So it's possible that Strange would try that. Thanos would be a powerful enough sorcerer, or Ebony Maw would have been a powerful enough sorcerer to prevent forgetting, and that kind of like in The Magicians, um, how Dean Fogg is always able to discern the time loop, even though he can't change it, because he's got enough power to kind of have mental resistances to that sort of thing. And in that situation, the runes of Kakal would have done to Kakal, because then everyone else would have forgotten, but not Thanos and Ebony Maw, and therefore you still have to deal with Thanos. And now he has the advantage because none of the heroes remember what the Infinity Stones goddamn are. Lol. So yeah, there's about 500 reasons why he didn't just use the runes of Kafkal in Infinity War. Number one, he had the Time Stone, so he didn't need to. Number two, 14,605 tries, one of which, or several of which, may have been, let me use the runes of Kafkal. Yeah, and it didn't work because, as we see, the ratio currently stands at 14,605 to 1 timeline. And even that required timeline altering shenanigans by way of quantum realm time travel. So even then, we're talking about an extremely unlikely set of circumstances. And even then, we know from Loki, the series, that the TVA was told not to intervene in that one instance of time meddling because the Avengers had to. Whereas if it had gone any other way, they probably would have intervened. So, yeah, there's 1,000 reasons why not to just use the runes of Kafka.
Hey, that sound like your cat needs you. Do you want to handle that?
Yeah, I'll go and address the cat. I'll be back and entertain the people. If we have any people. Yes, cat, fish. Fish, please. Shut up, cat, please. And you need to shut up. Here. Wait. Okay, I have returned. Again.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say, so moving on.
Yep.
While it's unclear if the reaches of the spell would affect beings outside of Earth, the dire circumstances would surely warrant an attempt. It's also possible Strange had not learned the spell at the point of Infinity War and Endgame, as No Way Home takes place eight months after the events of Endgame. However,
Well, there you go. That's another way out. But more to the point, 14,605 tries, one success with a bunch of time travel shenanigans. So it's I'm willing to bet, at least in my personal headcanon, that at least one of those 14,605 tries was something to do with the runes of Tafkal, and they either made it worse or didn't do a damn thing. Moving forward.
However, he said it was a simple spell, and given how hard he was working to become the Sorcerer Supreme at the time, it seems unlikely he wouldn't have mastered it, or at least known of it.
To be fair, he does mention casting it to erase, again, the Kamartaj apprentices party on the moon, and Wong does not remember it, therefore implying that Strange was the one who casted it for everybody. So
that also implies that he threw the party.
Yeah, which bothers me on a character level because Stephen Strange is the He is the gala variety of partier, as in Stephen Strange's definition of a party should include things like hors d'oeuvres and violinists and ice sculptures and art and shit.
Honestly, if anything, it would be more funnier if it was Wong.
Yeah, but then one would assume that Strange wouldn't remember unless again we are talking kind of a Dean Fogg from the Magicians kind of thing where
Like
someone strong enough can discern.
Wong threw the party and it got super out of hand, and Doctor Strange had to not even Wong remembers what happened.
like as a favor to his bro, it's just like I got this, but I or better yet, like uh Strange offers to wipe everyone's memories, but Wong is so morally upstanding that he'd be willing to tell on himself anyway because he knows he should. And then Strange is just like, I'll erase your memory too. It won't be a big deal. Wong, if he was alive to remember, would have told on himself anyway because morally upstanding, uncompromising git. And and Strange was just like, yeah, I got you, buddy. Hey, you know what? I'm fine with that existing somewhere out in the vast multiverse now.
Why party on the moon?
Because they're sorcerers and they can, and their magic, or at least some of their magic, was probably magnified up there, considering it's the fucking moon, and the moon is the like celestial body of subtle manipulation magic.
Also, there's the blue side of the moon. If we're to guess that there is a Watcher there, which means they could breathe if they were on that part of the moon.
And there's also, various magical things they could probably do to make sure they could still breathe. But that's
I like my headcanon where they partied with the Watcher.
Or a Watcher anyway. Yeah.
Well, yeah, a Watcher.
Yeah. Which is going to be another plot hole whenever we get to Jeffrey Wright's Watcher being involved, because he doesn't look like most of the other ones. Though they'll probably realize that and fix it and make him all gray and shit. Unless there is a, for some reason, African American looking race within the Watchers, but that would be weird. Granted, in the era of social justice and BLM, I fully expect them to do something that stupid. But again, giving them the benefit of the doubt unless they fuck it up.
I'm under the impression that the Watchers look, whoever's viewing them, what they look like.
Mm-hmm.
While there is commonality, they look like a member of that species that is viewing them.
Yeah, that's how it worked in the comics as well, but who knows? Again, the MCU being the MCU and modern day social justice being modern day social justice, they might be so stupid as to create an African race of Watchers just so that Jeffrey Wright makes sense. Like the Watcher equivalent of Caucasians is just the gray-skinned ones that we see in Guardians 2, and then there's another race of them that's like African looking.
Well, if I remember correctly,
who knows?
Isn't the Watchers just another race of aliens?
Well, interdimensional aliens, kind of, / quasi deities.
At the very least, there technically could be variety among them. We've just never seen any because, comics don't really think about that.
Yeah, because we didn't need to cast Jeffrey Wright before, but now we do. So reasons is basically the justification. But honestly, again, Jeffrey Wright does a good job, so I'm not complaining.
Anyway, I cannot wait for the Batman with him as Commissioner. Well, as Captain Gordon.
Anyway, moving forward.
Yeah, even though powerful sorcery and cosmic abilities add an exciting new dimension and certainly higher stakes to the MCU, there can be a point where the boundaries of such powers become convoluted. I mean,
Again, not if they're written well by people who actually understand how they goddamn work.
yeah,
That's why I really like the scene in WandaVision episode 8 where Agatha takes us all to witch school by proxy of schooling Wanda. Because she actually did go, okay, here are some of the basic things we all can do. Was basically the I believe she had a me moment where she looks at Wanda and goes, how the fuck have you gotten this far without understanding any of the fundamental shit?
uh,
And I'm not gonna lie, I hardcore related to Agatha in that episode. So
moving on.
moving forward.
If one compares the original six Avengers with the current heavy hitters, the potential power structure of the new Avengers rises far higher than their predecessors, which is kind of
Okay, go ahead.
well, it's kind of to be the point, as well as
Yeah.
because there will be bigger and badder threats coming too.
Yeah, the world itself has gotten bigger. I mean, they spent almost the entirety of phase 2 explaining exactly why you should be paranoid. Like, remember the Tony flies through the black hole or the portal and gets PTSD from
Yeah,
space and then spends the next like 3 years doing nothing but being paranoid about space. The entire purpose of like the latter part of phase 2 and all of phase 3 was to explain exactly why and how he's right to be paranoid about that shit. Like that was the entire point of Thanos's and Tony's conversation in Infinity War was you're not the only one cursed with foreknowledge. That whole exchange was basically saying, yeah, I know how big the universe can be too, and it fucking scares me. And it's Thanos saying that, so like the original Avengers was there to deal with the the power scaling of phase 1. And then when phase 2 happened, the power scaling went up a little bit. So we added Vision and Wanda to the mix. And then it went up again during the actual Infinity Saga movies and also Thor Ragnarok and Doctor Strange. So we upped the ante again and added Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, and etc. So like the power scaling has been slowly trickling up this entire time. Did you honestly think there would be a hard cap on it? Especially given that, again, the entire point of the MCU is interconnected cinematic world building based on a comic that has existed for 60 odd years and counting, and has had everything from gods to beings that rise above gods to sorcerers aplenty to literal horror movie monsters at an even point in it. Like, I don't this again boils down to you didn't have any issues with the bizarre super science that was Tony. You didn't have any issues with the weird cosmic power of Star-Lord. You didn't have any. You still haven't mentioned anything negative about Captain Marvel. Surprise, fucking surprise. But magic is where you draw the line for some reason.
Anyway, moving on. Moving on.
Yep.
Okay. The potential. I already read that. With a reality bending witch, a masked sorcerer, and access to the multiverse, it's not hard to see why. But the simplicity of Captain America's punches, Iron Man's machinery, and Thor's godlike strength came a sense of directness for the audience in years past.
The only one of those three things you listed that could genuinely be a problem continuity wise is the multiverse, and that's just because balancing multiple continuities now. The magic and the witchcraft and all that business was pretty solidly explained in every instance it's ever popped up in, And if there was any question as to why don't you just use magic to fix everything? No Way Home pretty solidly answered that question, which is you don't use a bulldozer to try and reset a bone. You will end up destroying things. Again, it's the difference between, do you need a scalpel to handle this problem, or do you need a fucking bulldozer? They both have their uses, but you certainly don't want to swap them for each other. Because if you swap a scalpel for a bulldozer, then you'll destroy anything you would have touched the scalpel with. And if you swap it to move the mountain for the next century or so.
Dalton, you cut out there.
Did I?
Yeah, like as you were going into the second example.
Okay, yeah, the bulldozer and the scalpel. It essentially boils down to, there's a reason why there's a reason why you have both a bulldozer and a scalpel. It'd be fucking excellent if we had a tool like a bulldozer that you could just use for everything. But if you use a bulldozer for the kind of shit you would normally use a scalpel for, then you're going to break a lot of people's bones. And if you try to use a scalpel for the things you use a bulldozer for, good luck moving a mountainous pile of dirt for the next century or so, like spooning it out like you're Andy trying to get out of Shawshank using the scalpel. Yeah, these tools are different tools for different tasks on a entirely different scale. You let the sorcerers deal with the sorcery problems, and you let the street level characters deal with the street level problems, and the people who are in between deal with the in between problems. See, again, you don't expect Doctor Strange to beat Spider-Man in an arm wrestling contest, and you don't expect Spider-Man to repair a fucking black hole, as in when one shows up randomly. These are very, very different powers and levels of power. Yes, Spider-Man is actually much, much stronger than most people give him credit for. I think his standing weight is like 10 tons or some shit. But or the standing weight that he can easily lift is like 10 tons or something like that. But just because he is a very high character in terms of physical strength isn't good for everything. Well, magic is the same way. Doctor Strange can fucking rewrite the fabric of reality, but if you tried to use rewriting the fabric of reality to lift a car, you'd have a hard time of it. Well, maybe not that particular example, but you get what I'm saying. There are things that require physical strength, and there are things that require magical skill. But that doesn't mean they're on the same graph. They're different sections of the universe and different scales of problem. When I need to lift a car, I'm calling Spider-Man. When I need to rewrite the fabric of reality, I'm calling Doctor Strange.
All right, yeah. Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with a whopping 27 films and 5 TV shows, the MCU may be at a good point where intimate knowledge of its continuity and characters is a necessity. For die-hard MCU fans, this is a definite positive. For the average comic book movie enjoyer, it can be daunting. Okay?
Not if literally everyone sees or has the capacity to see every movie.
Although I'm going to play a little bit of devil advocate here, they're not entirely wrong, because that's also a problem I have with certain MCU things. Is that is kind of it is an issue, not like as big as I think they're implying, but the intertextuality of like the fact that you got like the idea again, like I'm not I don't mind, I actually like interconnectivity, but I mind when a single property cannot stand on its own 2 feet. as well.
That's fair. But the other half of this is, in a world that contains both Google and a fuck ton of YouTube channels that do nothing but explain continuity and characters and things like that, in this context, at that point, anyone who's confused is either not paying attention or just lazy, because you've got everything from new rock stars to Comics Explained to Variant Comics,
Yeah, dude.
and on the list goes, that will sit there and explain to you in like a 10-minute video clip. Oh, are you uncertain who this character was or what that MacGuffin was? Well, here's everything you need to know about insert random piece of trivia here. And it's not like there's just one or two channels that do that. There's an entire genre online of people like, okay, CBR also does a version of this. They just do it in article form. But between the magic of Google searches and the magic of people who devote their entire lives just to explaining shit, you're either not interested enough to look it up or just lazy at that point. And even if you don't know, there's a high probability that you know at least one person in your social circle who is one of those diehard fans and probably does know or is capable of doing the 5-second Google searching. Yeah, not everyone has to be a super geek, but not everyone is a normie either. And most people at this point know at least one geeky enough person to explain, oh, who's that, or why is this person here, or what's the story behind this. And I've literally seen people in the theater, and I saw this when I went into No Way Home. Twice actually, I saw it in No Way Home. Once when we were literally standing in line to get our tickets for No Way Home, the guys behind us were talking about what the plot of No Way Home was going to be, and me and my buddy, who I went to the movie with, turned and explained to them in like a 2-second spiel what the movie was about and what it was going to be like. And then once the women that we were sitting right next to in the theater turned to each other and went, who's that? And then the one explained to the other. So this really, really isn't the problem you're making it, especially when you consider that the more successful among the MCU movies make like high $1 billion or $2 billion. Like No Way Home is currently sitting at like 1.7 billion, I think, and well on its way to 2 billion. So either there are fans obsessive enough to see these movies dozens of times in a row, or large enough swaths of people see them that anyone who's tangentially interested in knowing can either ask a friend or avail themselves of the thousands of hours of explainer videos there are. Moving on. I'm assuming Brainstormer had to leave, probably to use the restroom or something. Or StreamYard just fucking up and I can't hear him again. Which is also possible.
Sorry, I was dealing with something off screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Therefore, there comes a challenge for Marvel Studios going forward, keeping the MCU digestible for the typical moviegoer while building the increasingly complex web of characters and stories for superfans to explore every detail of.
Okay, if this was phase one, you'd have a point, but 10 years of successful movie going suggests to me that enough of the general populace is on board at this point that you could almost throw anything at them as long as you explained it and used it well, and they'd be on board with it. Like again, No Way Home, well on its way to $2 billion.
I still don't care because they thoroughly fucked up Spider-Man. So,
No Way Home did all right in comparison. I know it probably still wouldn't meet your standards, but
dude,
just
it's literally a 3-movie origin. That's so idiotic and a waste of time.
yeah, well. At least they got there in the end. I'm not convinced they're gonna get there with Doctor Strange.
Yeah,
They're making him freaking Reed Richards all of
they're
a sudden.
they're basically doing that with Doctor Strange too. No, as well. Doctor Strange as well is what I meant to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it really looks like Doctor Strange 2 is where the we're gonna make him Reed Richards whether he wants to be or not thing is happening.
Right. Well, I
And I,
meant two as a TOO.
yeah. Syntax error clarified. Yeah, I know.
Anyway, it's a difficult task, but Marvel Studios has never been known to back down from a challenge. Eh.
Actually, they kind of do all the time, and it's what pisses me off about them because they have all the toys and all the tools and all the time in the world and the devoted, ravenous fucking fan base that will lap up basically anything they make to do all the risky, important, cool, cosmic shit that like the entire premise of setting up a cinematic universe was so we can tell stories that are larger than the one-off movies we could otherwise tell. Well, great. You've been doing that for 10 years. When do I get some payoff here? When do I see eldritch terrors? When do I see gods? When do I see horror movie monsters? When do I see cosmic abstracts? When do you get to the cool shit, Marvel? When is enough? Like, not saying you have to completely abandon the street level side of things, and in fact, you'll never be able to because there'll always be a certain percentage of people who are primarily into the street level shit. But you can at least give us get give the rest of us, the people who love the cosmic and weird mystical shit, our due now. Because I waited patiently for 10 years while we got through Captain America and Iron Man and Thor and all the other ones, and I really, really, really was just pleased with Thor while I'm at it. But or at least the first two. But eventually I want what I actually come for. And what I come for in regards to comics is the kind of weird cosmic mystical stories that you can't tell in other mediums. If I if I wanted something more grounded, I would read novels. And in fact, in regards to world building, Marvel, I'm just gonna say it. Jim Butcher is kicking your ass, Kevin Feige. Jim Butcher is kicking your ass and has been for a decade. Because he doesn't have to break his own rules every 5 goddamn minutes to make shit work. And he also keeps a pretty decent track of his loose ends. And he was smart enough to hire a focus group of fans led by one woman named Priscilla, whose job it is to basically keep him honest and keep him apprised of his own continuity when he forgets things. You could easily do this, Marvel. You have the resources, and Kevin Feige is a big enough nerd that he could very easily stealth, get himself a pseudonym on one of the chat rooms or the forums or whatever, or YouTube, and just watch what the fan commentators and shit are saying, and use the ideas that the fan commentators come up with that make sense, and disregard the ones that don't, and then build something better or more cohesive out of all the pieces you have. Because you have all the pieces. You have all the capacity to put them together. You just, for whatever reason, refuse to put them together in a way that makes sense. And it fucking pisses me off because you just barely get up to the last leg in the race. You get up to the finish line and then you don't fucking cross it and you go off road into the fucking grass for some reason. You get right up to the last hurdle and then you trip like it's fucking that one scene in Shark Tale with the seahorse tripping underwater.
You good?
for now. Oh my God, we're still on the first topic, and
Done.
God.
Moving on to the next one. This is from humanevents.com. This is an opinion piece written by Bill Hurrell, published January 4th, 2022. Hollywood consultant admits Glee started the wokeness epidemic. Full disclosure, I don't really know what Glee is. There's never something that really interested me.
It's okay. It's
I'm
a musical.
aware of what it is. I just don't care.
Basically, the long and the short of the premise is high school glee club filled with alleged outcasts. That's actually also a musical. That's the long and the short of it.
Yeah. Dalton sent this one to me. Shall we?
We shall.
Where did cancel culture and wokeness come from? This is the question that consumes many conservative writers almost as much as the question of how to beat it.
The actual answer is, depending on how far back you want to go, the Frankfurt School, Marx and Engels, then Hegel, then Rousseau, mixed with a little bit of John Locke's tabula rasa concept. That's the long and the short answer there. But I assume you mean like in culture, or how did it become a mainstay in culture? And the answer is because the aforementioned Frankfurt School ideology found its way into art schools and cross-disciplinary studies and various sub-factions of the humanities, particularly under the guise of things like gender studies and feminist theory. And then academia informed the entertainment industry, which informed the rest of culture, which leads us back to the Boschian hellscape of rainbow nonsense that we're currently in. And I can say that because I'm gay, goddammit, and crippled. So yeah. Moving on.
Okay. While others have pointed to the rise of postmodern critical theory in universities in the 80s, or to the political correctness wave of the 90s, I believe these explanations only tell part of the story and leave a very important question unanswered. Why now? Why this generation?
Okay, you're right, but the big unanswered thing there is it actually goes back further. If you really want to drill down to, like, patient zero, you're looking at Rousseau's social contract theory mixed with a little bit of John Locke's tabula rasa. The everything is a social construct, and therefore we need to think of things not in terms of logical arguments or individuals, but in terms of systems and societies. That is the crux of where you're looking here. But yes, I understand what you mean. That you mean, where did it come from in relation to why is this generation the first generation to exhibit? The answer is they've been trying to weasel their way into academia for the last century or so, starting particularly in the late 1800s and early 1900s. And they tried in the 60s, and the 60s and 70s sexual revolution happened, but it didn't go far enough for them. So they retreated back into academia, spun up a bunch of academic woo, and then the 90s happened, and it failed again because people were not receptive to it, because the 90s were actually a good period where people were actually more egalitarian than they are now. So they spent the last 20 or so years subtly dripping in feminist theory, social justice theory, critical theory in general, leftovers from the Frankfurt School, and of course Hegelianism into as many facets of academia as they could, knowing full well that that would be their way into the arts and into journalism. And once they had art and journalism, they could easily sway culture and corporations, and then once they did all of that, the rest is a cakewalk. Or up until this point had been. Until about 2013 when people got wise and things like Gamergate and shit started happening, eventually leading to the election of Trump in 2016 and things going fucking nuclear in the culture war. Anyway, there you go. Moving on.
Yeah. It is not possible to answer this question without talking about the influence of social media, and specifically social media used to propagate millennial fan culture, where social justice warriorism and cancel culture truly had their testing grounds. I mean,
Yes and no. They used social media as a tool, certainly, but that's all social media ever is. It's a tool. It amplifies or it streamlines things that would have happened anyway. But yes, we are fully aware that these are people who are very good at weaponizing systems, so there probably is a degree to which social media made it easier for them. But if you really want to look back far enough, it's Rousseau and Locke, and then eventually Hegel. That's your trifecta of patient zeros there.
moving on.
Yep.
Okay. Personally, I devote. Oh no, wait, yeah, no, okay. Personally, I devoted considerable space to the culture of Tumblr, the social media site that is equally responsible for development of wokeness as 4chan is for the evolution of the populist right.
Thank God someone said populist right and not alt-right. I was about ready to explode or have an aneurysm.
Also, I'm not wrong with the Tumblr thing.
No, it definitely was the preferred social media of millennial college students who were incidentally indoctrinated into this bullshit in things like the humanities, cross-disciplinary studies, and of course art schools.
Also,
And
I never really got into Tumblr. I mean, I checked it out a few times, never had an account or anything on it.
I used Tumblr mostly as a porn site because it had some interesting porn on it.
I remember that. Yeah, I heard about that. Never checked it out because I was a good Christian boy.
And now your best friend is a gay, crippled occultist. Oh, how far the mighty have fallen.
Well, no, it's just I thought it was like an art site, like DeviantArt.
Which, to be fair, is how it started, or how it was alleged to. It was like a art plus blogging plus like creative stuff site.
Yeah, and
And
honestly, I check it out from time to time, and I still see like some good art on there.
I mean, some of the shall we say fappable material is still there too, despite porn bans.
Yeah,
But then again, I never really liked that much explicit shit. I'm more the type of person who can see a picture and then kind of invent a story in my own head that makes it more attractive.
We're moving on from this weird topic.
Uh-huh.
Um, okay, so in examining Tumblr, I believe any right winger has to conclude that wokeness is anything but a serious commitment to equality and justice, but has rather always been nothing but a way for resentful and self-harming teenagers to pick on each other using the language of critical theory without actually engaging with it beyond one's own narcissistic frame of reference.
I mean, he's not wrong apart from one thing, and I know this guy is a right winger, so obviously he's going to view it from that kind of biased us versus them thing. But you
Yeah,
don't have to be a right winger to notice these things. You just have to be someone willing to look at the facts.
I don't know about
And
I don't know about the self-harming thing, but the resentful thing in teenagers, yeah, that makes sense.
well, the thing there is a lot of the audience of Tumblr were the kind of artsy fartsy hipstery drama queens type of people, and those sorts of people are more likely in their teenage years especially to experience things like depression histrionic behavior or attention-seeking behavior.
Oh,
So
that's okay.
self-harm, probably, yeah. Plus, have you ever gotten in an argument on Tumblr? It can be pretty vicious because
Dude,
it's
I don't think it.
usually emotionally histrionic people bullying other emotionally histrionic people into being more emotionally histrionic. That's
Don't.
how that works.
I don't even get into arguments on Twitter. Okay,
Yeah,
and I barely
yeah.
check out Tumblr these days, if at all.
This is true. This is where my 4 years of external life experience is going to, I think, help me, because I remember the Tumblr arguments before even necessarily the anti social justice types got into it. And I also remember being in college around 2013, and yeah, I'm glad I got out of college in 2015 when I did, because if I hadn't, I would have probably gone insane or died.
All right, anyway, but even if this explains the appeal of wokeness to the young, and particularly the young and female, okay, I feel like that's a bit of a.
I mean,
I mean,
demographically, he's right. It does slant to people with a more feminine frame of mind because they tend to be more emotional and more prone to um histrionic or catastrophizing flights of fancy.
fair enough, fair enough. It again, it's just it's more so the phrasing that I think.
Yeah, again, the problem with this dude is he sees it as a conservative versus air quotes liberal issue, and it's not. It's a
Um,
it's a moral authoritarian versus humanistic libertarian issue, kind of.
um. Anyway, mainly, I just honestly I see a lot more. Actually, I don't really see a big number of any denomination within that crowd. To be fair,
Well, you also, apart from what we do every week, you don't really get exposed to it much, which is probably good for your sanity, because I wouldn't want anyone to hurt you over stupid, emotionally irrational bullshit.
yeah.
Because then I'd have to go on a cursing spree, and you wouldn't approve of that. And it would make me feel bad. And
I went through a lot of that in school, in like high school and shit.
uh-huh.
Didn't
And
really affect me much. I just found it really kind of. I tried like it's again like that thing where you like you try to question people and like try to like ask questions so like you get a better understanding of a certain topic
mhm.
and or at least or propose a counter argument to them. Because you remember, like I told you that thing with like the group of kids that I was talking to about Black Panther when it was coming out.
Uh-huh.
I effectively got ganged up on, not physically at least, but
But for the sake of the social pecking order, it was effectively ganged up on.
yeah.
Yeah. I was out of school by the time Black Panther came out, mercifully, so I didn't have to deal with that shit. Although
Man,
my generation was the generation that obsessed over Team Edward or Team Jacob. So I, you know, no
I
generation is without sin.
I briefly remember that. I mean, I was busy with my own life and shit, and I honestly didn't really care about those movies.
I watched them mostly for the eye candy and the romance porn.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Um, it leaves one final question unanswered. Where on Tumblr did the whole business start? There had to be a first fandom that fell to social justice, and that then affected the others. What was that fandom, and what might it tell us about the modern life's nature in general? In short, if wokeness.
High level college student or high level high school students and most college students. That's the demographic you need to look into. Which, yes, there is a lot of crossover between them and Glee or the creators of Glee. But
Um,
yeah, I disagree with the base premise of this article, because I don't think Glee caused anything. I think Glee was one of the first signs and symptoms, kind of like Legend of Korra was one of the first signs or symptoms, or the fact that Ben 10 Omniverse's art style got much simpler than the previous version.
All right, again, I'm
Was,
going to
was
be devil's advocate on that. I actually liked the look of Ben 10 Omniverse.
I could have lived with the art style in the same way I lived with season 2 of American Dragon Jake Long's art style change. But what I didn't like was that the tone of the show went along with the animation, and it got a lot
We'll say
it got
that,
a lot jokier, a lot more surreal, and it didn't work.
yeah, I will say it did come across as I think they were trying to emulate anime, which I was fine with, but more so not like the great anime stories like Cowboy Bebop or
Yeah.
you know
But
those.
yeah, they were, but that's the thing. They were kind of already doing that with their art style. Like if you look at original series Ben 10 or Ben 10 Ultimate Alien or Ben 10.
Talking about the writing.
Oh, I see. Yeah. They wanted to go for the zaniness route of anime, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, it didn't work.
I still
I,
think
I, I
it had its moments, like it had its arcs that were actually really good, like individual arcs.
yeah, I liked the idea of Hex going good, but they never really did anything with that.
Yeah. Anyway,
And Rourke was a cool character,
Root.
and the little glob creature that infests the Omnitrix and makes it work better for him, also is interesting. But yeah.
Yeah, in short, if wokeness was a plague, where was patient zero?
In academia, sorry. You're, if you're talking about the first show to show signs of the wokening, as it were, I'd ask you to cast your mind in the direction of like Legend of Korra. Legend of Korra is where I usually
Well,
place
I would say that's for animation. I think unless he states if he's generalizing like because it does say Hollywood, so
yeah. If he's talking about like live action TV, then or live action stuff. Some of the later seasons of Degrassi started to trend that way, but that might have been after Glee, so maybe.
Jinx, by the way.
Hmm.
We said Glee at the same time, so Jinx.
Yeah.
If it is with the aim of answering that question that I write this sequel, because as it turns out, the woke phenomenon's origins are as shallow, childish, and risible, risible,
Risible. Risible.
risible.
It means like objectionable or like beneath worthiness.
So probably not as much as he thinks this article is, actually,
Hmm.
because it is an opinion piece. It's not objective.
Yeah.
Okay, risible as it is possible to get, it is difficult to imagine a movement with more absurdly provincial
Provincial.
provincial origins rising to ruin so many lives. And once those origins are exposed, I believe it will be that much harder to take wokeness of any kind seriously. Yeah, no one takes it seriously. Barely anyone takes it seriously, anyhow.
Well, but the problem is, no matter how many arguments like this you make, the, you're never going to convince the actually um inculcated. You're never going to convince the people who went to art school or journalism school because they actually still think Glee was a good show.
I think the only
Is the
that is the that actress who played the coach. That's only because she played Sam's mom on iCarly.
Oh, that's right. It was the same actress.
What is her name? Like that is, she's actually like a really good actress and funny as hell.
Hmm. I remember they had her sing uh Time to Start Living from Pippin. That's where I most know her musically from.
She also she was also in this show where she played an angel, a very unconventional angel that's helping this lady.
Wasn't she also the woman who played Naomi in Supernatural, speaking of angels? I think so. I think that was her.
Um, it's gonna bug me on this one. Okay.
Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head. God damn it.
Jane Lynch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's her name. Just because like she has a very recognizable face, you know.
Hmm.
Oh, she was also in 40-Year-Old Virgin.
I wouldn't have recognized her, but then again, I've only seen that movie I think once. I don't really get the hype around that movie. Granted, I probably will end up being one, but fuck you.
Also, Shrek.
Who'd she play in Shrek?
I have no idea. I'm just looking at like the movies and TV shows she was in. Oh, Paul as well. Yeah, the alien.
Oh, she played
The
the little
waitress.
girl who.
No, no, no.
Huh?
She played the waitress.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Mm,
yeah, she's been in a lot of stuff.
yep. God's blessed character actors.
Yeah. Um. Anyway, moving on.
Hmm.
Why read on number one? God and Man at McKinley.
What?
I have no idea.
That seems like a non sequitur, but he might just be clever with the titles. Who knows?
Anyway, in late September of 2017, a post appeared on Tumblr by a user calling herself 12 Clara, sounding like a combination between Jonathan Edwards and Enoch Powell. By way of the girls' locker room, 12 Clara issued the following Jeremiad. Jeremiad?
That one I don't know.
Jeremiad? Jeremiad? Why the fuck do people in the system using words that have probably never been used for like 100 years?
I on this one I think he's genuinely got me. Unless it's a word that I've heard said, but I've never heard like spelled or seen spelled. Maybe then I might be hitting myself later when I look at the screen and and see how it's spelled and then it clicks. But
Okay, hold
so
on.
far, yeah, that word is non sequitur. What does it mean according to the dictionary? Just out of curiosity.
I think it's Jeremiad. Jeremiad. A long, mournful complaint of lamentation, a list of woes.
Oh, so a screed.
I guess. Why the fuck do people want to use? I don't. What? What is the point? What is the point?
Because he can and it makes him feel better. That's probably why. He wants to come off as all pompous and respectable and shit.
You know,
This is a conservative we're talking about after all. He's probably of the you must always at all times be respectable or you're nothing shit.
anyway, Alright, following Jeremiad to her followers about certain events that took place in 2011. Okay, y'all have no idea. None of you understand the suffering we went through, the hell, the endless war. You come in here and you try to start the discourse, but you don't get that we already made these mistakes. We already had the discourse and it's done now. It's over. It's all over and you should let it stay dead, but you won't, and that's why we all hate you. I feel like we're missing a lot
Sweetheart,
of context.
sweetheart, I was a gamer gator. You want to talk about having seen some shit on the internet? Let me introduce you to the reaction people had to Gamergate. They call the gay Jewish man a Nazi because he wasn't the appropriate kind of gay Jew. Anyway, moving on. My waxing lyrical about Gamergate can be on another day.
Yeah, but again, like I feel like we're missing some context to this.
She's equating the fandom wars over Glee to essentially a war. And again, darling, if you want to see some real casualties of a real fandom war, let me introduce you to Gamergate or Comicsgate sometime. We'll compare war stories.
You know what? Yeah, I guess moving on. Later on, Wolf Clara said of the same phenomenon, it's not history, it's blood. Reading this, you might think Wolf Clara was describing some horrible world historical event, natural disaster, a plague, perhaps even a great mass outbreak of violence. You would be wrong. What she was actually describing was what it was like to spend time on Tumblr as a fan of the TV show Glee.
Uh-huh. And again, you want to compare internet war stories, my darling? We'll compare internet war stories. Trust me, you'll lose.
I'm not gonna really say anything simply because we do similar thing. Granted, probably in better word, better articulation of ourselves.
I mean, we have seen some shit. Like a good 30% of which comes just from that one Star Wars article. But yeah, we've seen some shit on this podcast alone.
Right, but like the whole thing with like fandom wars or whatever, where like someone's defending something of something they like. Again, I don't. It's not something I'm particularly interested in, which is Glee. But
Hmm.
I get it. I'm just I'm just more worried about like the escalation of it, you know.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyway, moving forward.
yeah. No, I'm not kidding. The above are descriptions of so-called fan wars among fans of Glee in the early 2010s, written with the benefit of hindsight from a survivor. And ironically, the things that Survivor writes about the Glee wars read like dress rehearsals for eventual postmortems on the wokeness of our current era. Witness lines like this. Um, I don't really have anything to say to that particular thing.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Anyway, we fought its wars until it was too late, like it was nothing but a distorted picture of a parody of reality, a cracked mirror in which our souls were sucked and encased in glass.
Okay, I'm all for flowery, like purple prose and everything, but goddamn.
I won't lie, that sounds like something you'd hear like in a Doctor Strange or like in a mystical comic.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I um expect Doctor Strange to have said right after the Eternity War.
Infinity War.
Nope, the Eternity War is a completely different thing.
Is it a new thing in comics or is it something I missed?
Nope, that's an old thing. That's what Strange was doing for most of the '90s. He fucked off to a mystical dimension to fight a mystic war for like a decade.
I missed a lot of shit.
Well, it's Doctor Strange, so it's we're talking niche within niche within niche material here.
To be fair, also you said the
Still,
90s. I was
still
born.
happens to be my niche. Yeah.
You said it was in the 90s, and I was born at the very tail end of it. So
Well, yeah, I was born in '95, so I'm right there with you. But I I had the benefit of always kind of being a weirdly old for my age kind of kid. So I enjoyed looking at old shit, especially when I realized that modern comics were not as good as old comics, which is something I realized very, very early.
anyway, you asked for history. There's no history, only rage and pain and regret. The image of Anonymous with a gray face and sunglasses telling you to kill yourself.
Okay,
And that
minor quibble, but I don't.
no, like
Hmm?
I'm not trying to undersell it or anything, but that happens all the time on the internet.
Yeah, it's this. Welcome to online, my dear. That's if no one has told you to kill yourself today, you're doing something wrong. I mean, I'm being hyperbolic for the sake of humor, but yeah, if at no point you've ever, if you've never said anything that have gotten people unnecessarily pissed off at you, then you haven't interneted hard enough. I once got accused of bestiality on a comics division live stream.
I I don't I, I don't know what to say to that. I really don't.
There was a DC comic where a bunch of Hanna-Barbera characters were brought into the DC universe, and one of them included
I'm aware of that happening, but
yeah one of them included Snagglepuss, and
it was gay.
Anglintine uploaded a yeah Anglintine uploaded a video where he thought it was kind of bestiality for a humanoid formed version of Snagglepuss to be gay, and I made the argument that the reason why bestiality and to a lesser extent pedophilia are considered wrong is because the beings in question can't consent and would likely face either physical or psychological damage in the action. Therefore, that's why it's wrong. So if there's a hypothetical situation where you have a humanoid animal with humanoid level intelligence capable of A, giving consent, and B, not taking psychological or physical damage from the action, then there's nothing wrong with it because there's no actual harm being committed. And this, according to some assholes in Comics Division's comments, was tantamount to defending bestiality rather than explaining why it's wrong or explaining where there could possibly be an exception to it.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, look at all like the animes that have like those humanoid animal people.
Mm-hmm.
How many
Yeah,
of
the reason why it's wrong is because A, they can't consent, and B, they would take either physical or psychological damage from it. But if there was such a situation where they had a humanoid level of intelligence and could consent, and also wouldn't take physical or psychological damage from it, then who the fuck cares? No actual harm is being committed, therefore no moral wrong is being committed, therefore
dude,
that
how
would
many
be an exception to the rule.
okay, this is more of a joke than a legit question, but how many cat girls have entranced a bunch of people?
That this is a very good question. And one in which I don't think large swaths of the internet are capable of answering with a straight face because they get found out too quickly. But yeah, let's move forward. This article has caused some very weird sidebars so far.
Anyway, the Void could not consume anything more, and the posts on it now, so it's just discourse that is just giant piles of steaming, unsifted, unrefined shit is from those who refuse to learn from us. History is here, and it followed us, and we can never escape it. God, this is such a drama queen thing, man.
Uh, like I always go for really overly dramatic metaphors and shit and turns of phrase too. But even I'm looking at this going, are you okay, dear? Who like it's literally the who hurt you meme at this point.
Yeah. Uh, it is difficult to imagine more salient words about how it feels to live in the world cancel culture created, and how Americans
Uh,
feel when
sa-
we finally escape it. I had to finish the sentence.
yeah, salient I wouldn't say because there's too much purple to that prose. There's too many layers of metaphor and symbolism and woo to call it salient. Salient would be making a direct statement. Salient is making something as intelligible and straightforward as possible. That's what salient generally is taken to mean. So I wouldn't say salient because there's too much poetry there. That they couldn't decide whether they wanted to write a poem or write prose, and so they kind of went with both. And while I can empathize because I was once an edgy little shit writing for English class too, um, it makes the actual point unintelligible unless you do it very, very carefully. Take it from me, I use that kind of figurative language all the goddamn time to the point that it very often annoys Brainstormer to no end. But at least he knows what I'm saying when I say it.
Usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got none.
Yeah. Moving forward.
However, in order to understand the specifics of 12 Claw's indictment, it is necessary to first do a quick summary of the TV show Glee for the uninitiated. As it happens, I inflicted the show on myself for at least its first 3 seasons. Honestly, it all started to blend together after that, and I believe I can therefore offer a decent enough summary of its plot, characters, and overall philosophy for the purposes of this article. At least he went and watched it. He
Yeah.
did research. I can respect that, but
Yeah.
again, it's again I it's not so much criticism for the writer, but again, it's more so just pointing out he probably he went into it with you know what's
With a bias.
with a bias and somewhat expectations.
Yeah, it does very much seem like he went into it hoping to hate it.
Yeah,
Although if he stuck with it for 3 seasons, then he must have seen some potential in it. So fair play.
true, but I will honestly say this though is like with every show where he says like it started to blend together after that, that's kind of like with every show most of the time when it's kind of worn out its premise.
Yeah. Once Upon a Time made it about 3.5 seasons in, and then became nigh unwatchable except for the Rumple parts.
Yeah. So uh kind of with Legend of Korra, at least with season one that I've seen. It
I
did
mean, hmm,
well, I was just gonna say it did kind of do that too. Well, okay,
yeah,
it didn't really blend together, but more so it just felt very lackluster. It didn't have it had a skeleton but no meat to the bones.
yeah. Like there were a lot of ideas in the writers' heads and no way of getting them onto the page that made sense.
Yeah, it was too quick too. Was also the pacing problem that I
Yeah,
had.
and for those that don't know, me and Brainstormer attempted to do a Legend of Korra rewrite once, and therefore we subjected ourselves to the entire season. We went on for hours and all just the 1,001 things that each episode did wrong.
Honestly, the major problem was I think to like my major opinion on that, like one of the big problems was uh, was the number of episodes because it really messed up the pacing. You know,
Yeah,
um,
I was mostly bothered by I was mostly bothered by the world building inconsistencies and the fact that the characters made no sense.
I mean, yeah, but like again, as a guy who does a lot of writing and stuff myself,
Mhm.
those were issues, but it was really apparent to me that the pacing was it stuck out to me the most.
Yeah, and I mean the actual pacing of Avatar season one wasn't great either, so I was kind of willing to overlook that at least for a while, because when you start a new show, you kind of got to get into your groove sometimes. But Korra never got into its groove. It just kept making the wrong step in the dance for no reason.
Yeah. Anyway, that's Anyway, let's hear a summary.
Hmm.
To begin with, it would be remiss of me not to note that if any show could claim to be a curse not merely on the United States, but on its own cast members, it would be Glee. Okay, that's a bit much.
Yeah, once again, I must mark you down points for purpling your prose.
Again, I get it's again an opinion piece, but still some unbiasedness.
Yeah, this guy's a writer. He likes to hear himself make these. And again, I do the same shit too. But like again, there are thresholds of. There's a point at which woo is a good thing and can actually add to your gravitas, and there's a point at which woo just makes you cringe in your seat,
Yeah.
and that crossed the line a little bit.
Anyway, no less than three of the show's main cast died far before their time.
Okay, that's fair then. Yeah, I didn't realize so many people had died on Glee.
But to call it I don't know, the curse thing is a bit.
Well, people said The Crow was cursed because of what happened to Jason Lee, so by that standard, I guess fair enough.
Jason Lee.
Or or Brandon Lee?
Brandon Lee.
Whichever.
It's
Yeah,
Brandon.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, they're both named Lee, and I got them confused. Anyway, yeah.
Jason
People
Lee.
say the crows can't. Hmm.
You mean Jason Lee Scott, the guy played by August Saint? No, not August. The Red Ranger, the Mighty Morphin Red Ranger.
No. I don't know where I got the name Jason Lee from. Anyway,
Okay.
moving on.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, Corey Monteith, who played the main romantic lead for the show's first season, died at 31 of a drug overdose in 2013. Okay. Mark Solon, who played football team bad boy Noah Puckerman, was arrested for possession of child porn in 2015, pled guilty to the charges in 2017, and committed suicide in 2018 before he could be sentenced.
I I wouldn't call this a curse on Glee. I'd call this just the pitfalls of rising to stardom in Hollywood when you're young. Because these are unfortunately very Hollywood crimes.
Yeah. Last one is Naya Riviera, who played the lesbian cheerleader Santana, drowned in the summer of 2020 while swimming with her 4-year-old son.
Okay, that one has next to nothing to do with the show, though. That was a bit of a stretch.
I do feel bad for her, like her family.
Yeah, obviously, for fuck's sake, that's just dark as hell. But I don't know if you can chalk it up to the Glee curse.
Yeah, that's honestly really stretching and kind of. I'm
Yeah, but again, still tragic. It's just not really admissible to
Yeah,
the
no,
point you're
yeah,
making.
it's tragic, but also like the way he brings it up also is kind of, I don't want to use this word, but it's kind of appropriate. Like in this scenario, it's kind of offensive.
Yeah, it's dragging up. Actually, a fairly recent death because it was just last year before.
Yeah, summer of 2020.
So yeah, a little bit less than a year.
Cloud hangs over Glee to the point that pop culture sites speak of a Glee curse. Short of Macbeth, no other show has acquired Glee's reputation for inflicting bad luck on its actors. What?
I mean, again, it's probably just a side effect of you attained too much stardom too soon and were too much the centerpiece for Hollywood for too long when you were young.
No, I was confused by the Macbeth thing.
Oh, Macbeth is said to be cursed because allegedly Shakespeare based the three witches in Macbeth on three actual witches, and they saw how they were portrayed, and so they cursed the thing. Why whenever you see a version of Macbeth being performed by anyone, they always refer to it as the Scottish play. And if you actually say the name Macbeth when you're in a performance of Macbeth, you have to run around the outside of the theater like 7 times, I think.
Okay. Well, here's hoping to the tragedy of Macbeth doesn't have something like that happen.
Yep.
I'm actually,
I don't know where I fall on the whole Macbeth thing. It seems like a silly little thing, but at the same time, it's one of those like it's a fun little superstition, and what does it hurt? So it's like,
well, no, I was referring to the Denzel Washington movie that's going to be coming out. Like the only Shakespeare thing I'm actually ever released. Like, I'm actually like excited to see.
oh, they're having Denzel play Macbeth.
Yeah, I showed you the trailer. Remember?
Oh, right, yeah, yeah. Is that eight
A24.
eight two yeah eight two four yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that hopefully everyone
Well,
who was making that movie said the Scottish play.
I think it's made by the same guy who did the Green Knight. I think.
Yeah, again, hopefully everyone involved said the Scottish play when they were making it, and thus we don't have to worry about that movie bombing like fucking cats did or something.
Anyway, which is surprising when when you consider what it's actually about. Glee is a teenage-oriented drama centered around the members of the fictional McKinley High School's eponymous Glee Club. The New Directions, a name meant to provoke a snicker due to its resemblance to the phrase "nude erections." I feel like that was unintentional.
Yeah, no, the first thing that I heard or that I thought of when I heard the name New Direction was, oh, so you're trying to rip off One Direction.
I think that's before. I think Glee's before One Direction.
No, that One Direction was before, I thought.
I don't know, man. I don't pay attention to boy bands.
Yeah, I forgot. I wasn't doing my job as the resident gay.
The show's primary, uh, though by no means exclusive protagonist, is the club's faulty advisor, Will Schuester, played by Matthew Morrison, who teaches Spanish at McKinley High and becomes the faculty advisor for the Glee Club after its previous director is fired for inappropriately touching a male student.
Things you couldn't get away with on television today, number 4173.
And yet somehow this started.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah. The
I
the
don't.
the alleged patient zero for wokeness committed a first degree Me Too violation as part of its inciting incident.
Right. Anyway, Schuster as we will see shortly, is not an improvement on this count, but let that pass for the moment. More relevant for our purposes is that the Glee Club, which Schuster once led to victory as a competitions, at regional competitions as a member, is now in disarray and underfunded haven for social pariahs. The majority of the school's extracurricular budget going to the cheerleading squad led by coach Sue Silverstone, played by Jane Lynch. Sue Sylvester. Sue Sylvester.
Mm.
A woman who can be best described as what would happen if you threw the Wicked Witch of the West, Agatha Trunchbull from Matilda, Representative Michelle Bachmann, and disgraced former Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Urban Meyer in a blender and hit puree.
Like I get the disgraced coach and the Michelle Bachmann thing, but I think Wicked Witch of the West and
Agatha
Trunchbull might be Trunchbull might be a little harsh there, because I mean the Wicked Witch I could almost give you because she does at least have some redeeming qualities if you throw Wicked in there, and they do very much throw Wicked in there sometimes in Glee, but the Trunchbull was
just
the
handsome.
the Trunchbull just is like every terrible aspect of every mean teacher you have ever or will ever have scooshed into the same being and then drained of anything resembling human remorse.
All right. Needless to say, when Schuster begins demanding and receiving money formerly reserved for Sylvester's squad, she resolves to bring down the Glee Club by any means necessary. This forms the main conflict of the first season. Honestly, I don't fault Sylvester on that.
I mean, I do on a kind of intuitive level, but then again, I have a lot of resentment for the type A pricks that usually wind up on either the sports team or the
Logically speaking, they have it was money.
limited funding plus multiple extracurriculars means having to fight for the funding. So
Yeah. Maybe it's because I don't know what type I am, nor really do I care. Therefore, I'm able to look at things more. What's the word? I want to say objectively, but I don't know if that's the right word.
It probably is. I just remember being in high school and I knew a lot of people like this.
Oh, you had a very
and a lot of teachers that would never let their precious church going people or athletes get in any trouble whatsoever.
You grew okay. Two things: one, you grew up in the middle of nowhere, and two, you had a very stereotypical upbringing.
Yeah, well,
I grew up in the inner city. Well, I grew up in a city, and just people were individuals, man. Like all different people, man. Granted, I hung out with some footballers and stuff and talked to them. They were cool. I knew a band geek that was like fucking cooler than a lot of footballers I knew. I'm not joking, man. Yeah.
I respect your judgment of character, and I probably would have gotten along with him better than any of the sports athletes. See, this is my curse. This fundamentally is my curse. I am romantically and sexually drawn to the jocks and the athletes, but every part of my intellectual mind is repulsed by their very existence. So it's this weird catch-22 of seeking a Captain America, knowing full well that the best I'll ever probably get is a Zack Snyder Superman. If that to make the appropriate metaphor.
Or a moose from Archie Comics.
I could live with Moose because if he had that kind of protective instinct of me as he did over his girl in the Archie comics, then I could live with that. Plus,
So,
I could probably parlay that into using him as a kind of enforcer, which I would enjoy. So there's that. But my point is, my romantic inclinations require me to have more sympathy for jocks than my mind intellectually allows me to.
yeah, probably also didn't help that I'm sure most of them were kind of like growing up. You know, a lot of jerks that were jocks and stuff.
Actually, to be fair, most of the active jerks were not the jocks. The active
That,
jerks were the class clowns.
that actually doesn't surprise me. Anyway,
The jocks we had were more like
um,
Kevin from Daria, in the sense that, like, they never tried to be type A stuck up pricks, but they were kind of just intuitively that way.
Don. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, but this is only
We have to move. Yeah, so move.
why only the first? Because while Sylvester would remain one of the great antagonists of teen media, perhaps only surpassed by JD from Heathers and Regina George from Mean Girls, Schuster is at best a dull, white bread hero, and at worst, well, I'll let Sue herself describe him at his worst. Uh, okay. You are Fatus or Fatuous. I don't. Yeah, why? Like, I know that's probably said from the show, but why are so many people so obsessed
It,
with?
it's probably just a reference to him being fat, and she wants to be all weird and
No,
like
it's silly and
Roman.
no, it's means silly and pointless.
Okay, well, that's probably an artifact of her character being a stuck-up teacher, would be my guess.
He's talking down to another teacher.
Yeah. You never had that in schools? There was definitely a hierarchy of
Dude,
the teachers in our school.
I never saw that with the teachers I was around.
Hmm.
I don't know. Did you had a really weird school?
It's called small town living, my friend.
I,
As idyllic as small town living can be, it means that everyone is always perpetually up everyone else's ass, and everyone knows that everyone else is up everyone else's ass. That
it,
you can do nothing in a small town without everyone knowing and it being a thing.
right. Okay. It's fatuous. Fatuous.
Oh, fatuous. That that actually makes sense. That is a appropriate word in that instance. Yay.
All right. So you are a fatuous, dim-witted, borderline pedantrous. I think. Hold on. Let me. Heterous. Okay.
Ah,
Oh, that's not good.
yeah, I'm beginning to like this person's use of language more, because I've delivered insults like this to people before, even on live streams.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to say what that word means. Sure, some people can.
I think everyone who sees this will know what a pederast means.
Yeah. Okay. So you are fatuous, dim-witted, borderline pederast who tears up faster than a gay jihadi in a sandstorm.
Okay, that insult was well structured. I will give this character that. Well done, my lady.
You have befouled the profession of teaching by accepting not only one but two Teacher of the Year awards, despite not speaking a word of the foreign language you purport to teach.
Okay, I am now on this character's side. That would piss me off. If I were a teacher and another teacher took on two positions and one of them they weren't even remotely qualified for, yep, this is basically the rant that I would probably end up giving.
Again, I've never had that happen to me when I went to school. Most of the teachers I had were actually pretty much all the teachers I had seemed well in their fields, well knowledgeable in their fields. So
Yeah, it never happened to me either. Most of our teachers were good. There was just a pecking order amongst the teachers.
there was well, to be fair, again, it was a big school, a lot of teachers and stuff, so and a lot of students and all. So
Yeah, and again, the difference here being in a small town, everyone is up everyone else's ass, and everyone knows that everyone else is up everyone else's ass.
um, um, my only problem with like certain teachers, like I only had like one teacher I was somewhat. It's not that I didn't like them or that they were bad at their jobs. It was more so they were like a new teacher, like fresh out of college teacher, and they had no backbone when it came to dealing with their class.
But that ended quickly.
He wasn't in the school the year I came back. That was my freshman year, and I came. Yeah.
So. He probably transferred to somewhere else. We had a couple of teachers that were assholes to the students, but there were only a couple of teachers that were assholes to the other teachers. Like again, the clique of teachers you had to watch out for in my school were the church-going teachers because they all went to the same church and therefore all like colluded together. And therefore one of the church, bizarrely in our school, the one rung above even like the jocks and the cheerleaders was the church-going kids. Although to be fair, there was plenty of crossover between particularly the cheerleaders and the church-going kids. And they were all varying degrees of bitch. Except for one of them. One of them that I knew since I was a kid. And back when we went to church, I used to go to church with her. She stayed on fairly friendly terms with me the whole way through, and so did her sister. But there was this one girl named Jenna Hugic. Absolute worst bitch I've ever had the misfortune of dealing with on a regular basis. And she was one of those church-going type kids.
Sorry. Well, I got nothing to say to that, and also it's just again.
Yeah, moving right along.
Like the storied predators of yesteryear, will you pick only the most vulnerable students to favor while actively neglecting the others?
Well, the vulnerable students, by definition, are the ones that need it. Kind of. Hello?
Well, they said most vulnerable.
Yeah, but I mean, again, that part kind of makes sense to me. Obviously, the kids who need help are the ones you should probably give help to.
Though to me, it does sound like actively.
I mean, favoritism is bad regardless, but if there is to be a hierarchy of who gets the help, then I would certainly rather someone who needs the help get the help rather than somebody who doesn't.
Funnily enough, I was never I was never favored, or there was no favoritism as far as I could see.
I think I got along with a lot of kids or a lot of teachers better than I got along with the kids.
Oh yeah, no, same here. Honestly, I kind of felt more. I mean, I had some good people that I hung out with often, but I seemed to be able to talk a little easier. It was hard to talk to people my own age. I found it a little easier to talk to like the teachers and stuff.
Yep, ditto. Particularly in the subjects that I really liked or that I really enjoyed or excelled in.
Oh yeah,
I tend to get along with it. Like every single English teacher I ever had, pretty much, we always ended up being on extremely good terms with. the only exception might have been one of them, and that one I don't even think counts because that was because she was acting in her aegis as the drama teacher at the time, and we were putting on a performance, and the stress was obviously getting to her.
Yeah,
But to be fair, she also was a bit of a type A bitch.
yeah. Uh, no, I didn't have any problems with my teachers, honestly.
Yeah.
Even like the subjects that I wasn't like the biggest fan of, like math. I was actually pretty close with my math teachers, honestly, mainly because I would sometimes like stay after school and work.
I tried to be on good terms with my math teachers, but they would always get upset with me because I would refuse to show my work because my handwriting is shit, and B, it takes me like 20 minutes to write out an equation, whereas I could explain it to you and how it works in like a minute. So it never made sense to me. And also often I would get confused halfway through writing it because it would take me so long, and then they'd have to come to me and ask me what different numbers and shit were on the page anyway because my handwriting was so sloppy because
Hey, don't.
fine motor control issues and shit.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
yeah,
yeah. All right. All right. We gotta stop this.
yeah.
We got.
Continue.
Yeah. A protagonist who can carry a multi-season TV show, Will Schuester ain't. Such shows naturally gravitate toward the more interesting characters, and as it happens, the members of Schuster's New Directions are far more interesting characters than their hapless leader. I mean, yeah, that's kind of how it works with an ensemble cast.
Yeah, and also generally speaking, it's easier. It's easier for a nice teacher to be a bungler than it is to have them basically be like Wilson from Home Improvement because otherwise it gets very saccharine and very sort of full housey in the sense of like the all-knowing smart good teacher becomes the voice of reason in every episode and all the major plots get resolved and shit, and that's not the kind of show that Lee was going for. It was a slightly peppier version of Degrassi from what I understood. So
Um, anyway, uh, as a
yeah.
matter of fact, they are far more relevant for our purposes as well. So let's move on to them. Okay. Well, when Schuster's first opens the club's doors, he only attracts the students who comprise the absolute bottom of the school's social hierarchy.
Well, yeah, it's the Glee Club.
I don't think. Again, I don't know if I personally never paid attention, but I never really felt a sense of hierarchy in high school.
Yeah, I think that's the difference between you and me. I felt the hierarchy almost every day. I just actively avoided and or shunned it, whereas you apparently just didn't even notice that it was there.
Well, to be fair, like the only thing I could tell that was hierarchical was like the valedictorian stuff, like the really like the honor students. But that was like
Yeah,
that was just like a passing thing, Everyone was just kind of doing their own thing, like kids just trying to get through their schoolwork, Nothing
I
that
was
big
oddly voted most likely to succeed in my senior year, and I don't really know why.
because you're probably the smartest motherfucker in there. To be honest.
I mean, well, I guess that is everything in my senior year. It automatically gets a plus 10 points to charisma because of the bow tie, so that's that's probably why people noticed me enough at that point to actually care.
Yeah.
I did run into somebody who said they were voting for me for best dressed, and I told them specifically not to because I wouldn't want to be acknowledged for my dress sense. I wanted to be acknowledged for what it signifies. So maybe that had something to do with it. Who knows? Maybe one time the rumor mill actually worked for me.
And,
Maybe.
and again, it's just it, like the footballers, like the ones I had, because you told me about that. Like it was a long time ago, but the footballers I knew were actually probably a lot smarter than me, just because like again, you had to like keep your grades up to be on those teams, like in sports and stuff, like extracurricular activities, and they seemed hardworking and stuff. Um,
Well, in my school there was a lot of fudging and a lot of bias in favor of them. So
Small town, big city. So
yeah,
big
yeah.
difference.
But yeah, the thing is, my school. I think what it is, my school didn't really change much from, by virtue of being isolated in a small town. It's probably the same here, like socially, as it ever was, for the last like 3 decades. Whereas for you being in a city, I'm sure there was a little bit more of the Great American melting pot and so on.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids of different denominations and stuff, and we just treat each other like people.
Yeah, we had kids that were different, but most of the different kids wound up being friends with me, and most of the normal kids wound up being friends with everybody else. Granted, it was mostly because I didn't suffer imbeciles, and there was a very small pool of non-imbeciles
Yeah.
in my school.
We, uh, moving on.
Yeah.
Founding members are Rachel Berry, played by Leah Mitchell, a blatantly stereotypical female Jewish theater kid with two gay dads. Okay, I will again. I'll play a bit of devil's advocate for that, but like,
Mhm,
is because I think Glee kind of started off in like the late 2000s, right?
mhm.
And so like again, for most of like the 90s and 2000s, there were still efforts being made to show diversity in obviously like some shows did it better. Again, I've not seen Glee, so I can't be entirely sure if they handled it well or not.
It's not the worst offender, but I can definitely see why this person considers it to be one of the early examples of wokeness. That being said, I think after we finish this article, we should jump right to the Moon Knight trailer for now, and save some of the other stuff for next week.
Yeah,
Because
I was kind of thinking that anyway. So, but
yeah,
yeah, again, like I'm because I grew up with like I grew up with like cartoons and stuff that had gay characters that characters I never really thought were gay. To be fair, because what like just I'm kind of a dumb kid. Well, I was kind of a dumb kid. I still kind of am dumb. So I never really know when things are like sometimes I have to have like things spelled out for me to get it.
to be fair, that's partly why you're also such a good person, because you don't let the hardships of life mark you in any meaningful way, really.
Well, also just again, it's not like I don't really pay that much attention to those kind of things because they're not exactly important in my eyes in judging a
Uh,
person.
Case in point. Anyway, moving forward.
Kurt Hummel, played by Chris Colfer, a flamingly gay and hilariously vicious male soprano who is frequently the object of bullying by the football team.
Okay, I'm conflicted on Kurt, because Kurt and Blaine together are an adorable couple, but he is exactly the kind of queen, shall we say, that immediately makes me gag every time I think about going into the dating scene.
Because you're the queen. I'm sorry, the joke was right there. I had to. Oh, oh shit. Huh.
Between the unlikelihood of them liking character or liking people like me to begin with, and
Oh,
also my tendency to just,
okay.
I
Uh,
know.
you you like went off there. Like,
Okay, I will be right back then. Let me just pop out and pop back in.
joke. Right. Okay. So you were right at the point where you said you were talking about Kurt Hummel, like you started Kurt Hummel and why you don't get James because that queen. And I made a joke, which I think you cut out. Like you went off at that point, like you got X
It's possible. What was the joke?
because you are that queen.
I mean, I wouldn't quite put it that way, but if that is where we're going, then hail to the queen, baby. But nevertheless,
It's like you set it up so perfectly, and I felt like I had to. So
yes. To be fair, yes, I want to be the feminine one in my relationship, which means I need to find someone much more masculine in me, which is annoying because number one, masculine guys, despite what gay romance fiction implies, with every jock falling in love with a nerd story, which is like a good 50% of all gay romance stories, or some variation thereof. They tend to prefer each other for one thing, and for another, again, like I said, I don't really get heroism in a lot of cases, and I don't really get the jock mindset either. So trying to find the purer than a driven snow Captain America-esque type person is fucking hard. Not to mention that such people are rare to begin with.
I'd say hi, how you doing? But I'm straight as fuck. So
Yes, I know, and that would be extremely awkward, and Martin would make fun of you for weeks.
yep.
Considering he's already made the joke that I'm hitting on you or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. Yeah. Mercedes Jones, played by Amber Riley, in a beast black girl with oodles of stereotypical sass. Okay, to be fair, anyone can have that sass. I do find it. I feel like he's like generalizing and like just pulling
I
out.
mean, I will say it is probably a little bit more common among those of us that are painting with all the colors of the rainbow, shall we say?
Okay.
Just because I noticed before I even really put two and two together with the gay stereotype that I do like ballet and musical theater and opera and shit. So that's like
Yeah.
I was very stereotypically gay before I even realized that that was part of a gay stereotype. So it is possible that whether it's the psychology of gay men or whether it's just a higher preponderance of people with these interests will end up being gay, that there is a higher percentage of us who like those things.
Yeah.
But it is still a little bit stereotyping because again, masculine gay guys do exist because somebody has to be the top bitch.
Son of a bitch. I don't know if I'm gonna sneeze or not. I feel like it's happening, but I can't. It's not.
Ah.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Tina Cohen Chang, played by Jenna Yuskowitz. I'm saying that name wrong. I'm sorry. A stuttering and morose Asian goth girl whose distinguishing traits rapidly vanish as the series goes on.
That's sad.
Well, okay, I'm 50-50 on that because again, he could be generalizing, and like he could say like the traits go disappear as the series go on through character development, which I'm fine with. But again, I don't know the context of the show, so I'm not entirely certain.
I don't remember this character well enough to tell you one way or the other. which might be a sign that he's right, or it might be a sign that I just didn't pay enough attention to her character. But who knows?
Although I'm not opposed to people getting out of their goth phase. Like you could keep the look, but like the general goth personality.
I think goth has all but vanished and has been replaced with like the new ager type witch, sort of person now.
I don't know, when I was in high school, which wasn't actually that. I mean, kind of long ago, I guess. It was 2018, so 4 years. Wow. Okay.
Yep, and I got out in 2013, which means it's been
Close to a decade.
9 years going on 10. So my 10-year reunion will be soon. I wonder if I will go.
Fuck, what was I? There were people out. There were people,
Goth.
yeah. There were people. Even in middle school. Granted, we started calling ourselves. My generation started calling ourselves hipsters, but still had that goth style to it.
Yeah.
Like it
I
was.
mean, I've always had at least a little bit of a gothic streak because I always like Victorian shit, and of course, magic and the supernatural and skulls and all that shit. So
Yeah, but that's gothic, not goth.
true.
Those are two very different things.
Yeah, I tend, as far as I understand it, goths tend to prefer literature instead of the sciences. So I sort of straddle the line, I guess, between nerd and goth in most ways. But
Yeah. Um,
I may have just been a nerd with a very particular niche, which is generally how I think of it.
yeah. Um, right, so moving on. And R.D. Abrams, played by Kevin McHale, a wheelchair-bound, bespectacled wise arse.
Yeah, this character I remember hating because somebody compared him to me, or somebody compared me to him, and I was annoyed.
Because
Because of course I get compared to the wheelchair bound character, even though by middle school I was almost entirely walking with a walker and had ditched the wheelchair.
it could be the wise arse part that they related to you.
It's possible, but there are other wise arses that I probably would have fit. Honestly, I would have even been more okay with being compared to Kurt, even though he is the super thanks for asking variety of gay.
Uh,
Though I wasn't out during high school, so that might have been why that was avoided.
yeah. Anyway, however,
Technically, I'm still not out to anyone in like my broader town or community here. My family knows and my friends know, and obviously every fucker on the line knows, but I think if any of the guys that I had crushes on in high school knew that I had crushes on them, I would wind up in a ditch somewhere.
may I?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, However, this outcast status soon becomes a transparently ridiculous pose as the club grows to include members of the football team and the cheerleading squad, including the show's initial teen antagonist, the bitchy Queen Bee head cheerleader, and Syllabus club president, Quinn Fabre, played by Diana Orgon, and Finn Hudson, played by
Yeah,
Corey.
because when you prove yourself, everyone's wanting to. Everybody wants to ride the bandwagon.
Also, again, just because of where I came from in terms of my school life, any anyone depending on no matter on their status really can really surprise you. You know, like the whole again, it really pops to mind like the saying of "Don't judge a book by its cover."
Mm.
Because again, I knew football players that were probably a lot smarter than me.
Assuming that the teachers weren't
Oh my
helping them
god,
fudge their grades.
they were not. Okay, I can say that with full confidence because I saw how we're I saw how hard those guys are working.
A teacher basically admitted it to me once, like when I said one like vaguely snarky thing about I think it was the wrestling team, and he glared at me and said, "Well, you don't know how hard those guys work, so shut up until you know." And it's like, well, that's all but the confirmation that you cheat for them, isn't it?
Right. Again, you live in a
I
small.
didn't say that out loud, but that was a pretty obvious like, those guys are my team, so I'm not going to let you sit here and snark about them.
Right.
No, never mind that he let me snark about literally everyone else.
No.
But
Right. But no. Again, you came from a very small town.
yeah, yeah, a small town that time forgot and that fucking urban fantasy novels and Stephen King books take place in. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So like again, this is the whole thing. Man.
Then again, I guess if narrative logic is worth anything, only a town like the one in which I grew up could have made somebody like me. So count my blessings, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway. The All-American captain of the football team and object of initially unsuccessful affections of Rachel Berry, along with Fabre and Hudson, the aforementioned black sheep of the football team, Noah Puckerman, and Fabre's two lesbian henchmen, comically nasty Santana Lopez, Naya Rivera, and comically stupid Brittany S. Pierce, Heather Morris, as well as backup dancers Mike Chang, uh, Harry Shulman Jr., and Matt Rutherford, Dijon Halton, uh, round out the initial roster. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Next. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say about that. The majority of the show pretty much consists of an excessive focus on the love lives and adolescent trials faced by these various teenagers, with the conflict between Will Schuster and Sue Sylvester vanishing into the background the more the show continues.
Have you ever watched the teen show? That's all of them.
Yeah, dude, I won't lie, man. I kind of despise a lot of teen shows for that.
Yeah, every show that's targeted at teenagers has a will they, won't they emotional love triangle.
God, I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be fair, I hate, honestly, every show does that with the will they, won't they thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they actually put the characters together, they have no fucking idea how to do it.
Yeah, it's like we're here and now the relationship is meaningless, so let's break up, and that becomes the next drama. And then will they get back together? Will they not get back together? Will this new guy that spontaneously showed up specifically to just act as the third in the love triangle
That
be the next? Yeah.
I despise that. Despise that so fucking much.
Mm-hmm.
The love triangle thing, mainly, just
Yeah, it's just like if everyone could be even approximating adults for 5 seconds and just have a conversation about this, that'd be great.
But still, like, I find it offensive because at the time I'm a teenager, and we were never. I wasn't that stupid.
I could be a bit stupid about crushes because who I had a crush on almost never had anything to do with who I was actually in any meaningful way compatible with, mind you. But
To be fair, I won't lie. I at least had some balls, and I told some of the crushes I had that I liked them. Granted, I was rejected.
yeah, I would have if I were straighter, but unfortunately, like 80% of the people I had crushes on were guys, and the kind of guys who, if you came out to them, would probably punch you in the face, and the kind of guys who also, in said punch in the face, could shatter every bone in my body. So that was a big old nope for, and probably will be for the foreseeable future, barring online. Thank God for online dating, but also fuck you online dating because nobody wants a meaningful relationship online, and it annoys me.
I think he's just not looking hard enough. Or in the right places, at least.
Well, if, again, curse of living in a small town. If there were a gay bar near here, I could just go and meet somebody, and hopefully that would devolve into a long-term relationship. But the nearest one is like 45 minutes away, and it's still closed because restrictions, I think.
Anyway, God, we got really fucking.
Yeah, you.
Eventually, the first roster of Glee Club members and their associates would graduate to be replaced by new members, while the show intersperses subplots consisting of the old club's exploits in college and beyond. As the original cast is pretty much the group that would define the show's identity, I do not think it is necessary to inflict the full roster of the second iteration of New Directions on the reader. Enough to note that they exist and move on. However, there is one final second character I would be remiss not to note because he will become highly relevant because before this summary is concluded. Jacob Ben Israel, played by Josh Sussman. A conspicuously horny, unsuccessful suitor of Rachel Berry's, who only sporadically involves himself with the Glee Club, but eventually takes to interviewing people around the school with a microphone emblazoned with Hebrew letters while sporting what is often referred to as a Jew fro.
That's nothing new. Drake and Josh did that since at least my childhood. Because they threw the Jewishness of Josh in your face quite often for comedic effect.
Wait, Josh was a Jew? Was Jewish?
Yes. Did you see it?
I never noticed.
That was the point of all the hyperactive outbursts and the vaguely Yiddish accent changes when he would get mad and stuff. Or when he would repeat himself for emphasis. Yeah.
I just thought that was part of Josh's character. I mean, it was, obviously. I didn't know.
Well, yeah, but it's also a very common series of tropes among like Jewish comedians.
I never knew.
It never got so bad that he was like ever saying like Hebrew words or anything, but the text I'm not even gonna call it subtext. The text was Jew.
Yeah, no, never. I never noticed.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
I was born in autumn. Well,
okay, I will give you that one. That one was funny.
Yeah, you're the summer child. I'm autumn.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm a child of summer who bound himself to the Winter Queen. So, yeah.
Anyway, now as I don't have to summarize the plot of each season in exhaustive detail, from here the reader will have to take my word for it about what happens on the show. That doesn't feel right.
No, but it probably is just him being flippant again.
Well, okay, I also wanted to say this just because like I forgot to say it earlier. The way he's describing everything, obviously, again, is from his point of view and lens.
Yeah, he's being very, very snarky about every little thing.
Yeah, and
he must have seen some value in it at the time, otherwise he wouldn't have subjected himself to 3 seasons.
Yeah, again, I'm just even if again, like I said before, even though it's an opinion piece, I do feel like there is need for an unbiased source.
Yeah. Disclaimer.
Yeah.
Disclaimer: this person is very, very snarky, and it comes through in a myriad of ways.
Yeah. However, before I get into analyzing plot elements, I do want the reader's attention to two important points about the cast of characters, which may have been lost in listing them off. namely the members of New Directions, are a diversity and equity inclusion committee's dream. I mean, yeah,
Not wrong,
no,
but
but
it never came off as we need X character, therefore Y. It was always just this happens to be a town in which a large swath of people exist, and therefore.
yeah. Plus, it's a TV show, and they um,
you want to follow interesting characters in stories, and therefore characters with unique character traits tends to catch the eye a little easier than
don't get me
every.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I do think they did base uh, they did base those characters off.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there was some ideology in the decision, but it wasn't like it's kind of like with the Magicians. The Magicians is technically a very, very woke show, but they kind of keep it within the realms of are they endorsing wokeness or are they mocking it kind of thing, because all of the characters in the Magicians are to varying degrees stuck up college kids, specifically stuck up Ivy League high functioning college kids. So of course they're all snarky and dismissive and cynical about the patriarchy and derp.
Right. Okay. Uh, you have multiple Asian students, one black girl who compounds her marginalization by being fat, a lesbian couple, one of whom is Latina, a gay kid, a Jewish girl with gay parents, a disabled boy, a Jewish football player, and the lone straight white guy, Finn, who just happens to also be the character who consistently makes the most mistakes.
Okay, that one I will give you, but it might have been coincidental.
Yeah, I feel like at least that last one, it could just be because, like, I think you're also forgetting, like, the fact that, is it,
Ensemble cast.
yeah, and it's also is it in character, like, the question, is it in character, like,
Yeah, because that's the difference. The difference between diversity that occurs in some degree of like ob objective or random ways versus diversity with a capital V, which is every character must be a mouthpiece for their respective identity. Like, does the Jewish kid constantly make Jew jokes, or do the lesbians constantly, you know, do the butch stereotype, or does Kurt constantly flame, over, like, and yes, he does that to a degree, but honestly, as far as flaming annoying queens go, he's on the low intent, like there's a line from like Zero to modern day Iceman, and Kurt is about a 3 on that scale, so it could have been a lot worse.
ugh. Yeah, in other words, from a critical theory perspective, everyone except Finn in this show is oppressed or marginalized.
No, no,
Again,
you don't.
I feel like context is needed instead of just stating it.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, this is dangerous. I'm gonna put a yellow stop sign right here, because this is why we always get accused of being white supremacists, because if you flip the critical theory dichotomy, it literally does start to sound like something out of fucking Mein Kampf. Granted, that should say something to the people who do it with every other identity under the sun and don't notice, but
To be fair, he used air quotes for oppressed and marginalized.
this is true, but also, to be fair, the correct answer is nobody's race or gender or anything matters. Only their deeds, hobbies, interests, and personality
Um,
matter.
yeah. Moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even Finn has to face some marginalization when dealing with his one-time girlfriend's pregnancy twin, who manages to earn her stripes as a marginalized person by being a teen mother. Okay, so full disclosure, I've never really, as far as I'm aware, I didn't really see any of that happening in my school. Again, to my knowledge, to be fair, I never really paid attention to like drama or you know.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone did either. I know there were rumors about so and so being pregnant or whatever, but it was always just
But it is
snark,
look,
snarky
it,
catty bullshit.
this is the thing with like shows like Glee, like teen shows or shows
Yeah,
like it
it's you have to ratchet up the teen drama to an intense,
well,
ludicrous level. It's
does try to
like a
talk
teen soap opera.
right, and it also does try to talk about certain issues. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure teen pregnancy is a thing. I'm not denying it isn't. I'm just saying like I myself have never. I don't know anything.
I think there may, like I said, I think there may have been one girl, but I'm more than willing to chalk that up to a couple of bitches just being catty and making up a rumor or assuming
That's
because
odd.
yeah,
But yeah, again, my point being is those type of shows often try to like touch on certain topics. Um, how well they do it should be more important. How well they
yeah,
tackle the subject, you know, should be more should be the most important
yeah.
thing.
Like
To critique.
there's a difference between Degrassi and Riverdale, for example, or a difference between like
Is there though? Is there really a difference between Degrassi and Riverdale? Is there?
I always thought Degrassi was better than Riverdale, but
Well, it depends on which season of Degrassi we're talking about, or version of Degrassi at the very least.
yeah, I meant mostly the ones that I grew up with.
I never grew up with Degrassi, so I'll have to take your word on it.
We had Nicktoons Network, and after a certain hour, Nicktoons Network always became BN or Nick at Night, and Degrassi was one of the shows on there.
Yeah, I'm just not really. I was never really big on those teen shows.
I was never either, but they were. It was what was on, so just kind of by osmosis, I picked a few things up.
Really honest, I love like when I ever watched Nick at Night. Whenever I was still up, because I had to be at bed pretty early to go to school. And,
Hmm.
I loved watching George Lopez. Not a fucking word. I know you're thinking of a joke. I know it.
I did too, so you're exempt from the joke this time.
Well, to be fair, it was like really the only thing that was playing on,
Yeah,
like
George Lopez, Home Improvement, Family Matters,
oh,
The
Family,
Nanny.
the Nanny. Yeah, like those were my top three shows: George Lopez, Family Matters, and The Nanny from Nick at Night. Like those are my favorites to watch.
I really enjoyed Home Improvement generally.
Well, to be fair, I think I prefer The Nanny for some reason. I don't know why. I think it was funny to me. It was like really funny.
Because Niles and CC are everything. That's why.
It's been so long since I've seen it. I would have to watch it again just to.
Niles is the butler,
Like,
CC
I
is the
know
Cruella de Vil bitch.
vague regulations. It's just again, it's been a long time since I've seen any of this stuff. Anyway, secondly, and here the reader will have to my word for it. The absolute most consistent message that Glee drills into its viewers is that its protagonists are supposed to be at the bottom of the high school food chain. They are outcast dorks, losers. In fact, one of the show's few original songs literally brands them losers as a point of pride. Triumphal anthem, loser like me, as in you want to be a loser like me.
Yeah, because when people call you a loser, the correct answer is not no, I'm not. The correct answer is yes, and what does that mean? Or what does that matter? It's
Yeah,
like when people called me a nerd, my answer was just yes and because it was objectively true, and only whiny little bitches bitch about things that are objectively true.
you know what? No one ever really bugged me about that. Actually, about being.
Well, you I, I'm convinced some of this has to do with the fact that you just irradiate goodness because reasons.
No, I actually like a lot of people were kind of dicks to me, but that was just because they were jackasses, you know.
Yeah, well,
I didn't really like taking any shit for them, so I would fight.
some people are just resting assholes.
Yeah, so yeah, I bite backs, I bought back sometimes, or bit back sometimes. So I think that's why also they didn't like me.
I did my best. I did my best too, but honestly, I very rarely put my whole efforts into biting back because they just weren't worth my time. Like I know that makes me sound extremely pompous and elitist, and probably back then I was because of course I was. I, I, I was a loner, outcast, smart kid. Yeah, how could I not be cynical and dismissive? But that being said, um, I did have a few times where I tried my damnedest to fight back, and usually it didn't go well. This
Uh,
one time I
often,
ended up defending someone that I absolutely hated from one of the class clowns, and I still don't really know why I did it, other than it just wasn't right with it. Because there was this one stoner kid, and everyone was fairly certain that he was a stoner because the kid was just his default was just confused and high, um, and he dated a girl who was a friend of mine, and I didn't think he was right for her. But by the same token, this one time, one of the class clown assholes was like pushing him around and knocking his books down and making him have to pick them up and shit. Um, and I was the one who said you need to knock that off and help him pick up his books for fuck's sake. Although I didn't swear back then, so it was probably something else, but something along those lines. And then of course, because he was high and confused, this one time I left the classroom to go to the bathroom, and I always lean my I always leaned my walker up against the door so that I could back out and come in when they opened up the door. And he didn't give me a chance to back out. He just opened up the door. And this was a door that had a window in it, so there's no way he couldn't have seen me. But he opens the door and knocks my walker into me, and both of us go to the floor. And this was after I had helped him in that way. So it wasn't ever like we became friends after that or anything. It was just like at some point I just started having pity for the kid because it was very obvious that either he was just perpetually stoned or he had some kind of mental issue or both. And at that point I just even my shriveled black obsidian heart was just like, I kind of feel bad for this kid.
yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. Like it's just again. However, besides the fact that the Catherine Keeley bursts a perfectly choreographed song and dance numbers in the middle of school, this might be the least plausible part of the show. Motherfucker, it is a musical. Okay, they do that shit constantly.
It, in fact, I've always been of the opinion that life would be better if it was a musical.
Eh,
Yes.
nah.
Because then everyone could know what everyone else was thinking, and it wouldn't be this fucking dick-headed social game of like, oh, I'm gonna tell you I'm fine, but I'm not really fine, and actually I'm dying inside, but I'm gonna blame you for it because I can't even communicate. I'm dying inside, and just no, just
I
sing
really,
your emotions, and then it's fine.
I don't really think so. Man, because those are effectively monologues, and most of the time that doesn't really convey to the actual people in those stories. It's more,
Right, but assuming that musicals happened in something resembling real life, that's how it would work, is everyone would then know what your emotions were. Um,
I don't. Personally,
yeah,
I
if
sing.
I've always enjoyed singing. The degree to which I'm good at it is a question, but um, I've always enjoyed singing, and I've always thought that the world would be a better place if it was a musical.
Anyway, by the time the first New Directions class graduates, they're not only a decorated glee club, but most of the members are either members of the cheerleading squad or of the football team, or have had romantic relationships with members of said squad/team. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
because they proved themselves and became popular by virtue of their own merits,
also
presumably.
confidence by being part of a club and doing things, part of that club, finding people that understand them. Do you not know how a story works? Like,
Or how human social interactions work.
yeah, like it's weird that this guy isn't getting that. Like he's criticizing basic storytelling.
Which exists in literally every show since the, especially shows that focus on teen characters since the dawn of time. Because this is the thing, teenagers are always neurotic little balls of emotion. That's what they are because because that's essentially when your depth of like your theory of mind develops is during puberty. So the reason why every teenager is a stuck-up little ball of nerves and emotion is because that's their first time experiencing those kinds of emotion. You will never find anyone more angsty than when they are than when they are teenagers because eventually you either kind of get a handle on it or begin to be okay with things. Whereas when you're a teenager and you're first experiencing those hormones and those emotions and those, everyone else's hormones and emotions and shit. That's the other thing. When high schools are terrible because we take a bunch of neurotic, emotionally obsessed people and we jam them all into a box together and it becomes this weird feedback loop thing of like other people's negative emotions feeding our own negative emotions and then making them more negative and so on and so on and so on until it's just a wretched hive of scum and villainy because teenagers. That's how teenagerdom works. And media targeted at teenagers is supposed to cater to and reflect that because the worst thing you can be as a teenager in your own mind on some level is alone and a freak. So teen media is all about how those broken, damaged parts of you don't make you invalid as a person, and in fact can be a source of strength
Don't.
for you. Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I hate this fucking article.
Mm-hmm.
In any real American high school, this would mark the New Directions as anything but social pariahs. And yet we are expected to believe they are marginalized because they like to sing. No, oh my god. Yeah. Like, I don't want to like, but this is really idiotic.
Teenagers will find literally anything wrong with you to bitch about. If
That
they
also, again, he's talking about the end of their story.
Yeah,
Of
the journey of the Glee Club is one of acceptance of we are the broken, the cast off, the dispossessed, whatever, and by virtue of finding solace and connection in each other and offering that same kind of solace and connection to people who we once despised, we can actually rise through the ranks and obtain what psychologists call social proof. That's the main difference between the freaks and the populars in high school. It's not that they're any greater than each other or anything. It's that one side is is the side that automatically has some degree of social proof because they're stronger, more handsome, whatever, and the other side is the emotionally vulnerable side. And if you are vulnerable in a high school setting, you will get your shit kicked in emotionally, if not physically. That is how that shit works.
right, okay. Anyway, honestly, the show never really justifies why they're supposed to be outcasts, except with the occasional after-school special type episode with subjects like homophobia or racism.
Were social outcast. Were you appear to not understand this thing we call the past tense. Stories tend to change from beginning to end in some meaningful way.
Anyway, anyway, um, In other words, the oppression, in air quotes, of the Glee Club is purely a theoretical function of their identity markers, while the actual on-the-ground social reality they live in marks them as undoubted high school aristocracy. I think it's safe to say that any conservative should recognize just who an aristocracy that specially claims to be oppressed and is led by a character accused of being a borderline pederast resembles.
Okay, I will give you this part, but for one thing, which is just because you're at the top of the heap in one setting doesn't mean you're at the top of the heap in other settings,
Oh no,
which means that, that they might find acceptance in school, but, you know, outside school, there's still, the kid in the wheelchair is still a kid in a wheelchair. The gay kid is still a gay kid in the mid 2000s. The lesbians are but you get my point. Like they just because they got very very lucky and their school came around eventually doesn't mean that they don't still have to deal with a world of the early 2000s at the end of the day. In fact, there are many kids who are like that, who throw themselves into school because school is the only place they excel at. And I and I've heard for many cases, granted, I have my biases against this particular thing, but I've heard that for a lot of athletes, it's the same way. You throw yourself into athleticism because it's the only thing that you have that works. Well, the Glee Club is the same way with these guys. You throw yourself into Glee Club, or at the very least, it might be the same way with these guys. You throw yourself into the Glee Club because outside of school, or you volunteer for after school activities because outside of school, you're a worthless piece of shit, or you have a broken home, or there's personal issues, or whatever the fuck. But this is a very common thing in stories and in real life where people will compensate for their flaws by actually compensating for them in other areas. Like, the person who is very smart but weak is the uber nerd who gets, either straight A's or reads all the time or has their nose stuck in a book or whatever, and the jock who is too stupid to do anything else but really is good at beating the shit out of people does
so
that because that's what they're good at.
moving on.
Yep.
Okay. These protagonists unwittingly stand for nothing less than the unjustified persecution complex of elite liberal America.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Yeah, there's like I get what he's getting at, but at the same time, there's a gray area here. Like we're talking like the early 2000, the mid the early to mid 2010s. It is a bit different now. Granted, I like this person probably think that it's gone too far now, but
Yeah,
there
yeah.
was at least there was at least a reasonable space for something like Glee at the time. Now, the degree to which that was presaged by a bunch of academic indoctrination, that's arguable. But there was at least an argument for at least one show like Glee back then. Granted, it spawned a bunch of copycats, and that's where I think his point comes in. But one show like Glee wouldn't have been so bad, especially not when you consider that my generation at least grew up on fucking High School Musical, um, and it was basically the same thing. It was just in movie form rather than show form, and quite frankly, High School Musical had even less point considering the the main character we're supposed to identify with is the type A basketball star who has everything. So it's not like this is a new thing. I mean, it. You know what? Fuck it. You could probably go back even as far as Saved by the Bell and find similar stuff going on here, because in no rational high school would a group like the one in Saved by the Bell organically arise. You've got the jock, you've got the prep, you've got the high achieving girl, you've got the artsy girl, you've got the ditzy cheerleader, all apparently in one group, and also the geek / nerd, which was Screech. Although to be fair, Zach and Slater did do a bunch of exploiting of Screech during their time, so that part at least made sense.
To be fair, I could see that today, but then,
yeah, I could see that today, but Saved by the Bell came out in what, 1993?
that was the 80s.
I want to say it was at least the early 90s.
It looked like the 80s. Granted,
yeah, it was a very cheap show to make, though.
Yeah, to be fair, it could have been set in the 80s, but been made in
it was made in the 90s.
I'm gonna look it up real quick just because it's gonna bug me if I don't. And we're gonna have to finish the article next week because
we'll never get to the Moon Knight trailer at this rate if we don't. So, and I still have to get a drink or something in a bit, so we should hurry.
Anyway, speaking of which, Moon Knight trailer. Dalton and I had somewhat of a brief discussion before the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 1989. So you weren't far off.
Yeah, and didn't it run until 1994? I want to say.
Hold on. Hold on. Sorry, it's. So 4 seasons, 86 episodes. When did it end? May 22nd, 1993.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, because my mom said it was her favorite show when she was a teenager, and she had me when she was 17, which was 1995. So couldn't have been that far wrong.
Yeah. Anyway, Moon Knight trailer, shall we?
Yep.
You can see it, right?
I can, yes.
Okay.
For now, anyway.
Hello, and welcome to Staying Awake.
I have a sleeping disorder. I can't tell the difference between my waking life and dreams.
Hello, and welcome to Staying Awake.
Well, it's better at evoking the mystery of dreams than the Sandman trailer was.
Okay.
So,
I like it because it has. I wish it would have taken a little more of the horror. It might still in this actual series. It's just the trailer itself. It's a little.
Well, I think they're kind of trying to slow burn us,
Yeah.
Get them with the more comedic trailer, and then drip in the weirdness, kind of like they did with WandaVision. They showed mostly the I Love Lucy bits in the trailer.
It's not that it's comedic. I don't think it's comedic. It feels very superhero-y, which I get. Obviously, it's just again what I'm trying to say is it's very.
You were hoping they would go more with the psychological horror angle of the
multiple
dreams and multiple personalities and stuff,
and Khonshu and stuff like that. Because Moon Knight is a weird character. He's kind of one of my favorite Marvel characters. Besides Spider-Man. Honestly, I put him above Spider-Man.
That's interesting.
Well, again,
I never thought I would see the day where we actually got a Moon Knight anything. So I'm just glad to see him, to be honest with you.
That's fair. That is fair. That's fair. But again, I like how weird and trippy Moon Knight can be, from both the psychological horror to the cosmic to the street level. Like he is an all-encompassing
Yeah, he's a four quadrant character. Like he's got a little bit of mysticism, a little bit of street level, a little bit of like psychological stuff going on.
Yeah.
Um,
And it does look like leaning into the psychological point. Granted, I feel like a lot of people who don't understand or know Moon Knight and aren't going to put in the effort to research the character are going to
mhm.
that the insomnia that is implied here is his issue, when in fact that's not it.
Yeah, no. The issue is, sucks to be you, sport. You got chosen by a god. Not always all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah. And I do like that they're differentiating. Like, they already are differentiating between like the personalities. Like, this is Stephen Grant, who I always mix up the two. Like, Stephen Grant.
He's the billionaire in the comics.
Yeah.
Or no, or is it Mark Spector in the comics, and then Stephen
No,
Grant is the cab driver?
Mark Spector is the original guy. Stephen Grant, I think, is the billionaire persona. While there's also a taxi driver. Can't remember his name.
Yeah, I think they sort of blended together the Stephen Grant and the
Driver.
cab driver persona in this.
Yeah, and
Or
also
at least that's what I picked up on it so far.
yeah. And I also want to point out I love Oscar Isaac's like acting, like with the voices to make them more distinct.
Though I do hope Moon Knight goes a little bit darker, because again, Moon Knight is freaking weird in a way that I love.
Yeah, and weird and violent. Like that can't be understated. The violence of Moon Knight.
Like a lot of people connect him with like
Batman.
being Batman because of the moon boomerang things, but in actuality, he's a little bit closer.
Well, he's also rich. He's also got a lot of high tech gear, the cape and stuff, and also like
Right.
he has a foreign assistant. You know, Moon Knight has Frenchie. Batman has Alfred.
Right, but honestly, if you actually look at comparing like the mythology and the context, he's closer to like Dr. Fate, but if it was like Jared Stevens' Dr. Fate, but done right almost. If there can be said to be such a thing. That's Moon Knight.
Jared Stevens, Dr. Fate. That is the one that you told me that has like the Ankh tattoo on his face.
Yeah, the Ankh scar, because he tried to melt down the Helm of Fate and it literally blew up in his face.
Yeah.
And even the scars caused by it are Ankh shaped.
Right.
Which,
but I also wanted to fuck, I had it. I had something. Damn it. Yeah, at least in the first 20 seconds, it does have a good start to it. Like, it looks like they're actually getting Moon Knight and not like MCUing him up.
no. Though I worry about the.
I could stand to be corrected, and I will hate. I don't want that. But from what I've seen, at least, it doesn't look like they're making him wisecracking and stuff.
Yeah, no. My biggest worry with them establishing the mental issues as early on as they are is eventually when it does get into the more mystical weird shit, they're gonna pull a Buffy or a Magician season 1 episode 4, I think, where it's all in your head. You were in a mental institution this whole time, and you're having delusions.
Moon Knight kind of did that, but it flipped it on its head, where he was actually trapped in his own mind by Khonshu. As he and Khonshu were fighting for control of his body.
Yeah.
Which, if they do that, I'm fucking on board.
Yeah, although I'd save that for season 2 or so, if like that
that's
would
like
be an interesting way to start season 2. Like he goes back to his normal life, and he thinks that it was all a dream or it was all a delusion or something,
yeah.
and then
But
bits and
I
pieces
do
of
feel like,
Khonshu come bleeding through.
yeah, I do see those kind of inklings of that because it seems like because Stephen Grant persona doesn't seem to be like aware of the other personas, and it looks like
No,
they're fighting for control as well.
yeah, I just hope this is more
Supernatural and psychological.
supernatural than it is psychological. Don't get me wrong. I want the psychological element there. I just don't. I really hate the trope of like the mental illness. It was all in your head, and you've been having delusions thing.
I
Even
mean,
when it's shown to be fake, there's always that little bit of doubt that kind of trope creates, and it's like,
I don't know.
meh.
I don't think they're going to do that. For one thing, his bed has sand around it, which looks to be a mystical barrier.
This is true. So, but then again, it might do the switch perspective thing where we're all on board with what's going on in his head, and then some normal person's going to come along and go, wait, what's going on with you? Whichever personality happens to be the real quote unquote one.
Anyway,
Yeah. Banana.
banana.
I'm losing it.
Real catch you are. You're bloody useless, Stevie.
Stephen.
I do want to point this out too. Is again, I noticed something with like the certain amounts of comedy in here.
Hmm.
It's subtle, but it's not the Marvel-esque like the
Yeah.
it's
It's not the let's ruin every dramatic moment with a quip
yeah
yet.
it's comedy from characters.
Hmm.
Like like what I mean is like based on the characters' personalities and the situations the characters find themselves in, comedy is found from their actions, like their own actions and choices.
Hmm. Or their banter between each other.
Yeah, and yeah, it doesn't.
It's not coming off as so quite chock full of jokes unnecessarily
Yeah,
yet.
it's not like what's the word safe
Hmm.
kind of
And I'm
humor.
also hoping that the reason they cast a big actor like Oscar Isaac here is because they want to send him over to the movie soon. I'm hoping. Good place to see him first would probably be in Doctor Strange too, but I'm or Thor 3 or yeah Thor
Uh,
4.
yeah, I also want to point out that he's not set in New York, which is where Moon Knight usually is set. He is set
Hmm.
in London. Hence why Stephen Grant persona has a Cockney accent.
Yeah, and we mentioned this earlier when we were talking, but given that in the MCU at least there are 3 sanctums, one of which is in London, just throwing that out there as a freebie, Marvel. Put
Right.
him near the London sanctum, and then have Doctor Strange or Wong come in at some point,
Right.
because
But
we've got a Midnight Suns this bitch, and we've also got to hopefully Helen Commandos this bitch at some point. So
also, well, we also have
make with make with the magic is what I'm saying.
yeah. We also there's also like Black Knights in London as well. Also
Yeah.
apparently
And Blade, because
Yeah.
Mahershala Ali is playing him. Yeah, so
yeah. Um,
good
plus,
material is coming here.
yeah, yeah. I also like I like how they're kind of expanding more. Like there aren't just heroes in America.
Hmm.
Again, granted, Mark Spector is American.
Yeah, and granted, with portals and everything, then distance becomes so much fluff. But
Yeah, but I kind of like how they're expanding the world more.
Mhm.
And I'm fine with them. Like,
it's nice to not be in the middle of New York for once. Yeah.
granted, or just anywhere in America. Like, no offense to the land of the free and all. It's just, again, a
Yeah,
lot
give me a Brother Voodoo series set in New Orleans, and we'll start talking.
it's just more so like they don't really put them in like interesting places in the country is the thing.
hmm
Um,
It's always New York again,
but also Moon Knight
random flyover state that you can't tell the difference between.
also they're fuck wait a minute, I had it. Yeah, Moon Knight's also kind of been a globe-trotting hero, well, anti-hero at the very least, as well.
hmm
In certain stories. Like, in fact, his origin takes place in
hmm
Egypt, so you know, I'm like, I just hope they add in a scene where they talk about why the costume is all white, you know, so his enemies can see him coming. I love that line so much.
I mean, I'm fine with it just being Khonshu's color scheme, but
Well,
sure.
that is fine, but also I like that because it just shows the kind of craziness that is Moon Knight.
Yeah. Moon Knight is like a slightly depowered version of the Mask mixed with a little bit of Dr. Fate. There's
It also
some good things.
does look like they're giving him some of his like supernatural abilities because he does have some of those.
Yeah, like he's not completely powerless. It's just he's where Doctor Strange is like a cosmic level mystical or supernatural force in the universe. Moon Knight is more a street level character. However, if Khonshu has his avatar, then that means the Juggernaut probably isn't going to be far behind.
Yeah. Anyway, I just want to say this. This doesn't look like a Marvel movie. Hell, this doesn't even look like anything from Disney Plus, like the Marvel shows, that much.
I think the aesthetic is still there, but you're right, it is handling it better.
I mean, there seems to be more color than Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, and not quite WandaVision yet, but there also seems to be more consistent supernatural stuff, whereas most of the actual supernatural stuff in WandaVision was confined to the 8th episode.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
I just also love the look of it. Like, it has that kind of horror movie vibe, but not being like full on, you know, like
You're in for a trip is the kind of vibe we're getting here.
yeah. I was gonna say like Sinister vibes, you know, like the movie Sinister a bit.
Uh-huh.
Like in terms of color grading and kind of how like everything's framed and made to look. Anyway,
Banana.
I can't tell the difference between life and dreams.
Thank you.
What's the contact lens?
Hope you find it.
Thanks.
nothing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Next banana.
Yep, for now.
Hold the phone. Now hold the phone. Yeah.
Oh my god. you're alive. What's wrong with you, Mark?
Why did you call me Mark? It must be very difficult. The voice in your head.
Oh, I never noticed this while I was watching it.
Mm.
Yeah, I see that might be Mark Spector talking to Stephen Graham.
That would certainly be an interesting choice.
Well, like you see how like it looks like he's turning to the mirror, but he's already seen facing the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, if because to be fair, this seems very like an unreliable narrator situation, kind of like a bit
Yeah,
of their Fleck in a way,
yeah.
where we
Just
don't
hope they don't go too far with it.
fair, but like, all right, I'm gonna bring up up a Christopher Nolan film. You remember Shutter Island?
Yes.
Remember how like in certain scenes it was kind of shown how like there's like the protagonist is either seeing or not seeing things that are there in the scene
Mm-hmm.
because of like how his mind is working.
Mm-hmm.
So what if, again, like what if Steven, who seems to be our main point of view character at the least, is more so seeing things through his mind as different, while like someone else is in control, but he's like, it's confusing. Don't get me wrong, but what I'm trying to get at is like he's either, but like it's kind of like that thing where like he thinks he's either in control going through a scenario.
Yeah. Yeah. I obviously a little bit like Split almost, but I'm just like the elements that remind me of Legion or remind me of Split should be there because they're a crucial part of the Moon Knight's character, but also the parts that remind me a little bit of my favorite supernatural movie, The Ninth Gate, should also be there. So it just
Well,
I'm just asterixing in my worries and feelings about the balance between the psychological multiple personality stuff
so,
and the
oh my god, I'm also
go
like
ahead.
I'm kind of considering that it's not like special effects are not entirely done yet.
That's true too.
There seem to be some shots that are finished, but then again, it's just, and again, it
Yeah.
looks like,
You always work on the money shots first.
yeah,
That's how this works.
and so like I'm kind of just,
Or that's how it should work.
but it also does look like they're kind of adapting the kind of like the first sort of stories of Moon Knight, which were very street level and stuff. While they have some of the mystical stuff in there, I feel like it's going to be introduced a little later, which I'm fine with, just as long as they get the base of the character right.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a slow tick, like they tried to do with WandaVision, hopefully with a better ending. Like
Yeah.
it's gonna start as I have a mental disorder. What do I do about the mental disorder? And then it's gonna slowly creep into my mental disorder is being caused by being the avatar of a freaking ancient Egyptian god, and that ancient Egyptian god wants me to do things. Yay.
God of Vengeance and also the patron, like the overseer of Travelers of the Night, I believe.
And of course for lack of a better word, minor god of the moon.
Yeah, he's not even just an avatar. He's also a priest, like supposed to be like a high priest as well.
Yeah. That Khonshu's chosen.
Yeah. Anyway, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Banana.
Banana.
There's chaos in you. Embrace the chaos.
I do like how, like, don't get me wrong, I kind of wanted it to be like a regular suit that looked more like a mummy, but I am fine with it being somewhat of a supernatural costume.
Again, I really am enjoying the pharaonic vibes. The pharaonic vibes are awesome.
Yeah.
Because you'll see in the way his hood is like, in the way his hood is like swayed in a second here. It looks a lot like a pharaoh's headdress.
Yeah. But yeah, again, I like the costume, but also, again, I was kind of expecting it just to be like a regular costume. But I'm not against it being like a magically wraparound costume that can appear out of nowhere.
I mean, once we have the cloak of levitation and Wanda's ability to literally generate clothes for herself from pure chaos magic, yeah, I think the ship on regular clothes is pretty much sailed, at least as far as magic characters go.
So it's not even like a nitpick. It was just kind of pointing that out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Banana. I like the white motifs. The white motifs are awesome.
Yeah, that makes.
And other minor thing, like that scene earlier where someone was telling him to embrace chaos. Maybe it's because my brain is still wired into the DC mold here, but the idea of an Egyptian god talking about chaos and order is very, very, very Dr. Fate, which makes me happy.
I'm excited about this. If it's bad, it's bad, and I'll be the first to admit it. Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's yet another one of those cases of, if this is good, I will praise it to high heaven. If it is bad, I am sending it straight to hell.
But yeah, so far it looks good. It's like the same thing with the
for the love, for the love of all that is holy, Marvel, put Moon Knight in Doctor Strange too. For the love of God. Actually, for the love of Khonshu, while we're being thematically appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing really else to say. Tom?
Nope.
Alright, so with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, have a day, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
beware psychotic moon deities, and